All right, so good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Madrid. Very warm welcome to this day number 2 of the FICOM post-conference, Financial Instruments for Social Economy, Social Microfinance, and Workers' Buyout. So for those of you who are joining today for the first time, my name is Ana Gumbau, and I will be your moderator for today as well. Yesterday, we dedicated the conference to the question of microfinance, and today we are going to be diving deep on the workers' buyout. So that comes at a very timely moment because we've released, the FICOM team has released a study on the trends and insights on workers' buyout in a European context and also across member states. You can find it, the QR codes and some copies of the study in the coffee break room next door. And also, for those of you joining today for the first time, I would like to remind you about the fact that we're going to have interpretation available in Spanish, English, French, and Italian. So these are the channels that you have to connect to in order to have interpretation in these 4 languages. Some of our speakers will be speaking in Spanish, in French, or in Italian, so it's good to have them close to you in case you need them, as long as afterwards you keep them here in the room and you don't take them with you at home. So please be sure to leave them where you found them. You can also find in the screen the Wi-Fi code, the $1 million question in this kind of events, and also the hashtag of the conference, the ESF conference, the hashtag, and you can also mention FICOMPAS. So, as mentioned, today is going to be all about the question of workers' buyout. We're going to be starting with some introductory words into the topic to understand the relevance of this topic, and we're going to see some of the key findings of the study I just mentioned, and then we're going to be seeing different perspectives from cooperative to financial institutions on this matter. So to get us started, I'm delighted to be welcoming the 3 speakers that will be kicking us off and setting the scene. So if I may start by welcoming on stage, you already met him yesterday, the policy officer at the European Commission's DG Employment, Andrea Da Pozzo. Welcome. And Andrea, you can sit here. Also with us is the State Secretary at the Ministry of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities in Slovenia, Igor Feketija. Welcome. Over here. And we also have with us the Secretary General at the European Confederation of Cooperatives, Diana Dovga, and welcome. And Diana, you can sit over here. And Andrea is going to get us started with the first one of the presentations.
Okay, good morning, buenos días, everybody, a todos. So, this is the second day of this intensive series of a workshop dedicated to the workers' buyout. I'm really pleased to kick off this inspiring workshop on workers' buyout, and especially explore the opportunities for collaboration with the ESF, the European Social Fund. Workers' buyout have emerged as a significant phenomenon since 2008, although existing since a long time in some member states and all over the world. But financial economic crisis had a strong impact on European businesses, and the workers' buyout mechanism has demonstrated to be, although remaining a niche, but has demonstrated to be important for supporting the social economy. So workers-owned cooperatives present viable solutions to poverty, potentially reforming entrepreneurship to become more inclusive, embracing and expanding the cooperative sector, and the model may allow us to address economic disparity and helping those in need. In workers-owned cooperatives, employees share ownership and decision-making power, focusing on job security rather than shareholder profits. Workers' buyout empower workers to become entrepreneurs, helping to prevent unemployment in many cases. Such businesses can significantly mitigate poverty by anchoring ownership with communities, increasing productivity, providing stable income for members. Employee-owned businesses generally exhibit also greater resilience during economic and financial crisis, as demonstrated since the 2008 crisis, making them also a viable solution to the persistent challenges in Europe, which we are living these days. So they have been successful in transforming economies in various regions, including, for instance, the north of Spain, in France, in Italy, but unfortunately they remain relatively a rare mechanism implemented. So the focus of the ESF, the European Social Fund, has to invest in people. It has to address challenges, ensure social fairness, and enhance Europe's competitiveness. Given that the workers' buyout aim to provide workers with access to financing, public authorities at various levels should explore the potential of this innovative mechanism to uncover new funding schemes that not only broaden financial resources, but also encourage active participation from workers in the social economy. So enhancing awareness and understanding of workers' buyout among managing authorities, cooperatives, and financial intermediaries is, for the European Commission, essential. Public institutions, including the European Commission, as well as cooperatives, trade unions, and banks, have a social responsibility to contribute to the welfare of their communities, thereby fostering an environment which is favorable to the growth of the sector. So the European Commission is fully committed to enhance awareness among managing authorities, cooperatives, all the stakeholders, and the financial intermediaries as well, regarding the potential use of the EU financial schemes to support this specific mechanism. So the workers' buyout can promote increased worker participation, foster greater social cohesion, thereby supporting the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights and its implementing action plan, the famous SEAP. Today's workshop aims at continuing a dialogue at the EU level. This is the second workshop organized under the FICOMPAS platform umbrella. But today we are more advanced. We are in a second step phase. We have produced this nice and interesting analysis study on the sector, which provides also country reports for the main case studies. And so we, as a commission, and thanks to the FICOMPAS platform, we can offer the necessary, and thanks to the European Social Fund as well, the necessary support and technical assistance to build an effective ecosystem. So there should be continued cooperation among stakeholders, experts, and public authorities to foster the growth of the workers' buyouts mechanism and sector. As we work for a synergic relationship between workers' buyouts and share management funds, exploring these opportunities will be crucial. To this end, workers' buyout experts at both local and the European level are encouraged to share their knowledge to facilitate potential alignments with share management funds. So while we have a considerable journey ahead to achieve a cohesive and collaborative relationship between workers' buyout and share management funds, it is certainly a worthwhile try to pursue. And now because I think that microcredit is not so different from the workers' buyout support to workers. I would like to quote Muhammad Yunus. As you know, is a Nobel Prize laureate. He's the father of the microfinance, who stated, poverty is created not by poor, but by their circumstances. So this supports the idea that changing the circumstances of individuals is crucial for alleviating deprivation. And I think the workers' buyout together with the microfinance are two key financial mechanisms that can do so. So in closing, I encourage everyone to actively engage in today's discussions and consider the potential workers' buyout as a viable solution for today's economic landscape. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I will leave with maybe with one question also. I think it will be useful for also brainstorming during the debate, and because I was wondering how many companies in crisis know about workers' buyout, because as we said, it is still a niche, and sometimes the awareness raising is a crucial point for, especially for those who would benefit more and who needs more. Gracias, muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrea, and thanks a lot also for making indeed a connection with the topics that we discussed yesterday on microfinance. They're much closer than we might even think. So now I would like to give the floor to Igor Feketia. Go.
Good morning. Thanks for inviting me to this timely and really helpful event. I would like to speak to you about the journey that our country, Slovenia, is just starting in terms of governmental support to employee ownership, or which starts basically by worker buyouts. So to start off, we have recognized some general benefits of employee ownership, which Mr. Laposa already outlined. So companies with worker ownership are more resilient. They have lower turnover of their employees. Average wage is higher. Productivity in general is higher. And this is true even after correcting for the statistical bias that might be involved in these studies, because companies that turn to worker ownership by themselves are more progressively minded, and this puts them in a different situation that companies that don't even consider such an option. But even after correcting for this, there are still considerable general benefits of employee ownership. And in Slovenian case specifically, we have identified another major problem, which is the problem of succession. Slovenia is a country that went through a transition from sort of state ownership, socialist state ownership, to a form of capitalism in the early 90s. So most of the companies in Slovenia that are now privately owned were founded, in fact, about 30 years ago, or something like that, so 30 to 35 years ago. And this first generation of company owners are now retiring. There has been a study, it's actually ongoing, it's a targeted research program. First of all, 70% of all employees in Slovenia work in small to medium-sized enterprises. Secondly, 40% of owners of these companies are retiring in the next decade, and another 30% might be retiring. That was their response in the survey. And only 25% of them have a succession plan in place. This puts a significant number of jobs at risk. In the estimate of this study, roughly 25% of private sector jobs could be endangered by the lack of succession planning in these companies. Another figure that kind of struck me is that 56% of all owners are older than 55 years. Of them, 22% are older than 65. So yes, they will retire, and we do have an issue, a question of succession. Now, the general paths for succession are either passing down the company to one's children, which statistically doesn't work in roughly 2/3 of the cases Europe-wide for a number of reasons. which I don't want to go into details of. But as I said, this does not always work. Just passing down a company that actually grew from a workshop in the 90s to a company that maybe now has a turnover of 100 million euros per year, just passing down to one's kids will not work in most of the times. Another option is to sell to a competitor. This usually means that the company will be slimmed down, streamlined, made lean, and that most of the jobs will be taken out of the local environment and possibly either abolished or transferred elsewhere. There's a similar story when selling to an equity fund, with the additional problem that there is little demand, even by equity funds, for these kinds of companies that are in the stage of succession in Slovenia now. So there is, of course, identified a better option, which is employee ownership or worker buyouts, because the workers are the people who actually helped this company grow, helped build it over the recent decades, and have a markedly different attitude towards the company. Hence, Slovenia developed, and this was we actually based our act on the pioneering work of the Institute of Economic Democracy, a model that includes a special purpose vehicle through which Slovenian workers would own the company in which they work. So we were drawing on experience from United Kingdom and their EOTs, United States and their ESOPs, and also from Slovenian experience. There were companies in Slovenia that engaged in employee ownership, but through direct ownership, which works as long as workers actually work for the company. Once they leave, either for retirement or to another employer, their interests change markedly. They're no longer as interested in the development of the company. They're more interested in dividends, capital appreciation, so financial benefits from being an owner. And there have been good Slovenian companies that have gotten themselves into trouble through this. Hence, the Slovenian model with a special purpose vehicle, which is a workers' cooperative, through which the workers own the company only as long as they work for it. As long as they're no longer employed by the company, leave for retirement or to another employer, they're gradually bought out and they can no longer be owners of this company. So this is where financial instruments from the cohesion funds come in. There has to be an incentive or a possibility for the seller of this company, for the owner of this company, to decide to sell the company to the employees. Of course, there are cases when there is the owner does not require any consideration, makes it a gift, but we don't want to rely on that. The second option is the seller's credit, which means the seller, the previous owner, is actually patient enough to receive the consideration over a prolonged period of time. We don't want to rely on that either. And the third option is a third-party investor. There has been, even this preliminary study that was conducted, some interest expressed by Slovenian financial institutions, either bank or some equity funds, to finance these kind of buyouts. However, the borrower in this case is a newly founded cooperative without any assets, without any operations, that is acquiring a stake in the company from which it intends to benefit then in dividends with which the loan would be paid out. So any reasonably regulated financial institution would not be able to finance this kind of transaction, hence the need for incentives. And financial instruments based on European Social Fund Plus are, first, something that closes this market gap. Secondly, something that could even provide the incentive for the seller because it allows the consideration to be paid immediately, and then the cooperative and the workers pay out their loan through a longer period of time. And there are several options here, either guarantees for the financial institutions that are already willing to finance these kind of transactions, or loans provided by the managing authority in Slovenia. An even better option would be a combination of loan and a grant, because when setting up this kind of employee ownership structure with a workers' cooperative as a special purpose vehicle, there are some setting up expenses. There is some legal consultancy required, financial consultancy required, and like I said, ideally, especially in case of smaller companies, a grant to cover at least a part of those expenses would be very welcome, in addition to the financial instrument that then kicks in once the stake is gradually being paid out. So this is roughly the plan that we have. Our act is close to completion. We're just working on the final details of special tax treatment of the cooperatives that will take part in the worker buyouts. And we expect the government to pass the law before the summer and at least have the first reading in the National Assembly. So by the end of this year, we expect to have this act in place. We also have market interest by several companies that are willing to become the pilot companies or to take part in the pilot stage of the implementation here. There are also NGOs, like the previously mentioned Institute of Economic Democracy, that has a lot of know-how here that can provide the consultancy service, and of course there are others as well. And we are actually excited to go down this path. Both with our local legislative framework that we're developing and with the cooperation with the cohesion policy instruments of the European Union. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Igor, for this nice introduction to the Slovenian context and all the plans and milestones ahead. Now it's turn for Diana to introduce us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just checking. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Okay, this is back. Yeah, good. Well, thank you for the invitation. I would first like to thank the team from FICOMPAS, more precisely colleagues from European Investment Bank and DG Employment for organizing this conference, for organizing the study. I mean, it's a very timely and a very important result. The result of the study are very important and come at the right time because, as we will see later, we really need additional mechanisms and interventions to help workers buyout to grow across Europe. I would also like to thank the team for associating SECOP and our experts in preparation of the study. It was a very collaborative way of working. So I represent SECOP, which is the European Confederation of Cooperatives active in the sectors of industry and services. Across Europe, we represent more or less 43,000 cooperative enterprises in 16 European countries. Our members are national federations of cooperatives active in industry and services, and there are some of our members in the room today. You will hear their presentation, such as Lega Coop Produzione e Servizi from Italy, CGSCOP from France, and also Cosetta from Spain. We represent mainly worker cooperatives that I will just give you words about, and our cooperatives employ more or less 1.3 million workers across Europe. So this is just a bit to start with some data. So I will give a bit of a trend, an overview of workers buyout across Europe, especially taking the form of worker cooperatives. What is a worker cooperative has already been explained, but just a bit to underline that as any other cooperative, in a worker cooperative, each member has an equal voting power, regardless of the amount of the capital that is invested in the cooperative. And also what is shared with all other cooperatives is that the benefits are mainly reinvested in the cooperative, in the reserves, which ensures a long-term vision of the cooperative. So this is also something that guarantees a very local rooting and the long-term vision. And the asset locks of the cooperative also prevent the cooperative from being delocalized, which is also very important when we talk about keeping the jobs in Europe, keeping the know-how and skills, etc. In the worker cooperatives we represent, some have been created ex nihilo, from scratch, and some result of workers buyout. When we speak about workers buyout, we we include the both aspects: the workers' buyout of enterprises facing a crisis, facing insolvency, that have been bought out by the workers, but also the, let's say, healthy enterprises, like Igor mentioned before, for example, facing succession problems that are not facing any insolvency or difficulties in per se, but are without a successor. So, and usually this is called business transfer to employees. So us, we include both specificities. We see that today in Europe, most of the workers' buyout result in the creation of a worker cooperative, which comes as a natural form, a model of enterprises for worker ownership in this kind of situations. So Andrea mentioned that since 2008, there has been increased interest for workers' buyout across Europe, but I would like to underline that we also have noticed over the last 20 years that there was an interest from the European Commission toward the workers' buyout, although quite periodical and cyclical. And indeed, we see that every time there's a crisis situation, the interest toward workers' buyout is increasing, which we somehow regret, and we consider that workers' buyout should be recognized at European and national level as a restructuring practice, and not just as a solution in crisis time, and should benefit from a whole ecosystem and framework conditions such as business transfers in general, insolvency policies, second chance for entrepreneurs, etc. We speak a lot about how workers' buyout save jobs, and of course, I mean, this is something that needs to be underlined. I think it's one of the first motivation of a workers' buyout, but also we also need to keep in mind that through workers' buyout, not just jobs are saved, but also economic activities, know-how and skills. Many know-how and skills that is a European heritage are disappearing, are being relocating, and we know how much today this is also very much in line with the European Commission strategy of ensuring a strategic independency and to favor a made in Europe. So workers' buyout can also be an interesting instrument in that way. We have more than 40 years of practices of workers' buyout in Europe. You will hear some of the testimonies from some countries later on. And we also have to say that the big disparity among member states. We have 3 countries leading when we talk about organizing and framework for workers' buyout. This is Italy, France, and Spain. We have very interesting and innovative practices in some countries, such as in Slovenia. Igor mentioned it recently, and also raising interest in other countries. For example, Denmark is currently working on a plan for a business transfer to employees. So what we can learn from the 3 leading countries, France, Italy, and Spain, that there are some pre-favorable conditions for workers' buyout, and this is the development and the consolidation of the worker cooperatives per se. Let me explain. We see that in those 3 countries, worker cooperatives benefit from an institutional recognition, meaning that there are laws for worker cooperatives, there is a legal recognition of worker ownership and all what it entails. At the same time, in those countries, worker cooperatives have consolidated and organized in federations over the time and have developed their own mutualistic funds, so financial instruments, to intervene in worker cooperatives, which require a very specific understanding and also specific financial interventions. And also they have developed a whole area of advisory services, consultancy, training, etc. In those 3 countries, they are also organized at regional level and national level, which also brings another added value. National level is able to do advocacy, to represent workers' buyout in front of the central government, but the regional level, the units at regional level are those who are close to the workers, to the cooperative. So this is very important. So this precondition in turn make workers' buyout more favorable, which does not mean that for the countries who are not among Italy, France, and Spain, you should be discouraged and think like, I don't have such a mature or sophisticated worker cooperatives movement, so workers' buyout are not for me. No, of course, there are other ways to go in that direction, but we see that this institutional recognition and the support coming from the cooperative movement is key. So this also brings us to consider that we need a whole ecosystem for workers' buyout to succeed. And we need a multi-layered approach. So, as I said before, coming from the public sector, through laws, support policies and mechanisms, such as taxation policies, regional and national funds, grants, the US ESF by the management authorities, etc. From the cooperative movement, as said before, through the technical assistance, financial instruments, training campaigns, etc. And as well from the private sector, through commercial banks, SME associations, accountants, lawyers, all those who are involved with restructuring, insolvency, etc. Other actors can also play a key role, such as trade unions. We also see, for example, in the 3 countries mentioned before, that very often trade unions are those as well who support and workers in the whole process. Let me just come back to the cooperative movement. Very often when we see, and you will hear today, some of the workers' buyout that have succeeded, we don't always realize how much time, energy has been invested by the cooperative movement behind to make this possible. I mentioned advisory services, consultancy. We have to realize that from the day one, from the first contact of workers who are willing to buy out their enterprise until the moment that workers' buyout succeeds, and even after, because many of those workers' buyout are continuously being supported, even if they're functioning now, there are weeks, months, sometimes years of investment from the cooperative movement to help them in that, and this in turn will reduce the risk for workers, because we all know that it could be also a risky operation for workers. But all this investment from the cooperative movement would reduce the risk for the workers, increase the success rate, more support you will receive, advise, more successful the workers' buyout will be, and also, very important, will act as a guarantee for the other actors. So if the state or the private banks, commercial banks see that the cooperative funds, for example, a cooperative bank, or that the cooperative financial instruments have decided to support this workers' buyout, it will also act as a guarantee for them to come and complement with their own interactions. I will end with some recommendations that are both addressed to the European and national levels. One was already mentioned before. We really encourage managing authorities to make a greater use of the ESF Plus grants to support advisory services and technical assistance for workers' buyout. We need awareness-raising campaigns about workers' buyout among business owners or professionals dealing with business transfers and liquidations. We also need to maintain the easy guarantee instrument, which is very useful, and the use of the Invest EU social investment skills window guarantee and counter guarantee to support workers' buyout. Support direct financial mechanisms helping workers investing in enterprises in crisis or without successor is key. We also need support for cooperative organizations to increase their interventions in equity and quasi-equity to create specific guarantees and support workers' buyout. Financial interventions from regional authority to complete the workers' capital contribution is also key. Tax incentives, as it was mentioned, and last but not least, very important as well, preferential rights should be given to workers in order to give them the best conditions for a takeover bid when their enterprise is facing closure. Just to end, today we will hear a lot of technical discussions, technical elements, financial consideration, but I would also like to remind that behind every of those worker buyout, there are incredible stories of very courageous women and men who have fought to save their jobs, to save the enterprises, very often including whole families, communities in the whole processes, and showing the beauty of the power of collective action, but also of the economic democracy. Often I hear people saying, like, those are beautiful stories, but can workers really be successful as owners of the enterprise? Yes, they can. If they have the right conditions, if they have the right support, they have shown that they have totally the capacity to do so. And you will hear some beautiful stories about that today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Diana, and to all the presenters, also to Andrea and to Igor. We are already moving on to the next session, so I believe people will be able to find you in coffee breaks afterwards if they have any questions. So yeah, if you can please take a seat again. We'll be moving on to the next session. So thanks a lot for setting the scene so nicely on the topic that is coming at play already. I think a lot of points are going to be coming up for discussion throughout the day. Now it's a time to get to hear some of the key findings of this FICOMPAS SFS Plus study on the workers' buyout, which, as I mentioned, you will find some copies and the QR code in the coffee break area. So in order to be introducing the topic and some of the key findings, I'm delighted to be welcoming here on stage the Financial Instruments Advisor at the Financial Institutions Department at the European Investment Bank, Miglena Dobreva. Welcome. Either way. And also with us, you already met her yesterday, and you probably already know her if you've been working with the European Investment Fund. We have with us the head of Inclusive Finance, Cristina Dumitrescu. Welcome. Excellent. Welcome, Cristina. So, yeah, let's hear some of the key findings. So, Miglena, Cristina, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to see familiar faces and colleagues that have supported us also for the journey when we started the study. This is just before I start, this is the report. And I'm very pleased to be here and to speak about the topic. I will be very honest, when we discussed with the European Commission, with Andrea, it was probably 2 years ago, when they approached us and said, you should conduct a study on exploring the potential for using ESF, European Social Fund resources to support workers' buyout. Was very surprised and was saying, but workers' buyout, what is it? So it's a new topic that came on the table when we speak about financial instruments, because as we've heard from the previous presentations, workers' buyout exist. They are very often associated with workers' cooperatives and cooperatives. But it is a fascinating topic. And me as a newcomer, and I'm sure that many of you in the room know probably much more for cooperatives than me, and therefore it's the beauty that we are all sitting together today, and I'll be pleased to hear more about the topic and what we can do together. As Andrea mentioned in the morning, in his speech, the study is just a starting point, looking at what exists on the ground when we speak about workers' buyout, when workers' buyout happen. And with the study, we wanted to look at EU level, what are the main models in which the workers' buyout take place. And because also the ones that are involved in the study know it's a very diverse environment when we speak about cooperatives and workers' buyout across the EU. We figured out that there are some countries where the cooperative movement is very strong. And in these countries, we realize that workers' buyout is a phenomenon that is taking place more. And we looked at the broader scope when we started with the study, what exists in the EU. And then we decided to focus more efforts in going in detail in these countries where we know that the workers' buyout is more common, more known, and more used. We don't want to underestimate, because we think this type of business transfers are taking place in majority of the member states. But in the study, we wanted to just start with the ones where there is more details. And the idea was to understand how the workers' buyout is defined at the EU level, and what are the different elements and features in the countries that are using more this type of business model as business succession. Also to look in the financing needs when we speak about the worker cooperatives and business transfers taking place in the workers' buyout. This in the sense of trying to see if financial instruments and other type of support could be channeled using the EU funds, namely the European Social Fund Plus when we speak about this programming period, and also to see what could be the messages that the managing authorities that might could be useful for them if they want to support workers' buyout, and what could be the role of these financial instruments under ESF Plus and probably other financial mechanisms that exist in the EU. The study took us like 1.5 years, and in terms of methodology, we did desk research to look in the existing legislative frameworks governing this type of business model. We had interviews with stakeholders from at the EU level, with SECOP. We were in cooperation with Diana, and also with the representatives from the national cooperative associations and confederations, like here in Spain, COSETA. I see Pedro, and also with CGSCOP, also in France. And also with the regional branch, the URSCOP. And we have all of them on the stage later on, so they will present from first hand what is happening in their countries. We have Italy as well, the Legascop, Francesca, and we have also afterwards a representative from the CFI, Cooperazione Finanza Impresa, Alessandro should be here. I don't think probably he's around. And so I'm very happy to see the people that contributed to the study and making this study really a study that presents the picture, what's happening. And I believe that these are the people that will be the driving force as well in making the change, together with the managing authorities and the public institutions that are here from the member states involved in the management of the ESF. And without too many details, I wanted to, and many of the speakers before me, Diana, also mentioned, when we speak about workers' buyouts, we see three main models. The general one that is more spread is the cooperative, conversion through a cooperative. Then we have the Slovenian model, which is a worker cooperative, but a bit more sophisticated form of worker cooperative involving setting up a special purpose vehicle, what Igor explained as well. And we can see that when we speak about the cooperative conversion, the main countries that stand out are Italy, France, and Spain, while Slovenia is together with Hungary are more in this employee stock ownership plan model and the EUT. Where this special type of special purpose vehicle is set up in order to enable the transfer of the shares between the workers between the employees in the companies. And we have other models like France, Germany, Austria as well, and partially that fits the model of Hungary and Slovenia. It's where The worker buyout is taking place of employees' share purchase plan, where this scheme is set up where employees can share profits, becoming owners of the company in a way to motivate and incentivize them to be more participative and inclusive in the company. So then, without too many details, we already heard workers buyout in terms of rationale behind. They take place when the companies are in a situation of distress or difficulties in or crisis management, which is the case of Italy, France to a certain extent, and Spain. And the other main motivation that we see is what is the case of also mainly highlighted in Slovenia, not so much the difficulties in on the financial the crisis management, but more the companies that don't have a succession plan, or in the countries where owners will be retiring and there is difficulty to find who to continue the business and take over the company. Then other things that we also call needs and preconditions is what we saw in these 4 countries that probably resonate across the other member states that we didn't drill too much in details, is that first of all, in order to speak about financial instruments and the financing needs, we need to have a clear picture how many workers buyout are taking place and what is there on the ground, because designing financial instruments without having a clear idea what are the needs and who we want to support probably is not the most prudent way. So it would be a good idea to consider also, it's a message for the Commission, to incentivize creating registers or database across the member states that could pull out the data. How many are these business transfer taking place across Europe in order to help better fine-tuning the support and what is needed to further increase the use of the workers' buyout. Then the other thing is the legal frameworks, because we see that in countries like Italy, Spain, and France, where the legal frameworks are well developed, more things are happening, there is relatively more visibility, and measures or activities are taking place. Then, because we speak about financial instruments, we saw that they're different. Still we speak about public and private financing institutions that are supporting the workers' buyout. Of course, this is a very general statement, and we see that in the different countries analyzed, there are details and peculiarities. And especially in the countries where the cooperative movement is very well developed, we see that the cooperative movement has developed an ecosystem and financial institutions that are supporting the cooperatives hand by hand with the financial means and with the advisory and technical support, which seem to be crucial, because at the end it turns out that workers' buyout, it's not so easy to do, and it includes a lot of complexities that require support. First of all, speaking with the workers, convincing them in most of the cases that why it might be good for them to become a cooperative, what does it involve, and then how this will resonate further in the management of the company, and how to get the support to get it going. And then we looked at the existing financial instruments, and on the ESF Plus site, we found that there is only one financial instrument that was conceived in Italy, in the Campania region, which it was a good starting point, but the managing authority at the end didn't achieve the results that they were targeting to receive, and the instrument was discontinued. But the good message that we got from them is that they are still looking to improve this instrument and to continue using financial instruments under ESF to support the workers' buyout. And this is a revolving fund that they used in Campania, and we are hoping to further continue the dialogue with them and see how, for example, FICOMPAS could be supportive to analyze with them what didn't work well and what could be improved in the new edition of the financial instrument. And then at the EU level, we realized that There are no dedicated financial instruments that are supporting the workers' buyout per se, but there are EU-level instruments in the name of EASY program that also Diana mentioned, that was aimed to provide guarantees to financial institutions supporting SMEs and also cooperatives among the SMEs in general. And these are the examples that we'll hear also from Socoden in France, GFI as well, Coop 57, later from Spain. And the good thing is that this program continued under the InvestEU, social investment and skill guarantee products, still in not a focused way, targeting cooperatives, but providing support for the cooperatives in the countries that are through the financial institutions supporting this. And Christina from afterwards will say a few words on the InvestEU social investment and skill guarantee products and how they are supporting social enterprise and cooperatives through it. And there is a lot to say, but I'll finish here saying that we have recommendations in the report. So I think they're very, very much in line with what Diana said. And the main takeaways are there is a need to raise awareness more because this topic is specific. And the stakeholders, be the employees that will transfer into cooperative, being also the public authorities, they are not fully aware of the different implications. And we are here also with FICompass, and this event is an example how we can support further promoting and explaining what is it, workers' buyout, the workers' cooperatives, what is important for the social economy, and how ESF Plus and other shared resources from other EU funds can be supportive in this. Also building the ecosystem and further continuing the cooperative movement and the actors involved to provide support, be it advisory, be it financing, because this is something that proved to work well. The cases of France, Italy, also Spain, and this is something we should further build on. And these are things that we can address in the short term because it is something that has proven to work and the actors are there. This is also exploring how this could be put in place in other member states where we see the cooperative movement is not so strong. And the other big area that we should consider is, first of all, probably continue on the good results with the financial instruments under the EASY and the InvestEU. And follow up the example of Slovenia and look in more targeted financial instruments addressing workers' buyout and pilot this, develop off the shelf, so to say, financial instrument that could be easily probably scaled up in other member states.
Thanks a lot, Milena.
I stop. Thank you very much.
Good morning once again, and thanks a lot for coming back to this room after the very nice dinner party last night. Just trying to respond to Andrea's comment this morning that microcredit and workers' buyout are somehow similar. Yes, they are, because micro-entrepreneurs, workers' buyout, social entrepreneurs in general are excluded from finance. Because micro-entrepreneurs, because they are very small, they are in a startup phase, they don't have history, no business history, no credit history. The entrepreneur comes from a vulnerable situation. While the social entrepreneur, what is that? Their financial statements are somehow different. It's too risky for me. I don't know how to analyze this company. But then, what to do? Because for the last 2,000 years, we know that the enterprise is meant to maximize shareholders' value. while we have a new kid in town that is meant to maximize the positive, measurable impact into the society, and then to make a bit of profit, to be sustainable on the positive side. So not very appealing for the financial system, the social enterprises. Then what can we do? And I don't remember what the ex-ante study said before EASY program was launched, but for the 2021-2027 programming period, it has been estimated that almost 7 billion euros is the market financing gap for the social enterprises. And then what the social enterprises are doing, because they have to finance their activity. And only 14%, if my memory is correct, yes, 14.5% of them are using bank loans or credits for developing their activity. Everybody else is using public funding, it's using self-financing, the famous friends, personal families, and so on. And yes, the public intervention is still needed. And this is what we have done starting with EASY program. EASY guarantee instrument was the first EU-wide financial instrument dedicated to social enterprises. I think it was a bit of a wake-up call, because we, as a financial system, we discovered the social enterprises, while the social enterprises themselves discovered it is possible to go to the bank or to a financial institution to ask for a loan to develop my activity. It was a matter of education and learning curve. We are still on that learning curve, and probably we will continue on the same learning curve, trying to help each other. The guarantee did what it did for microfinance years ago. It incentivized the financial institutions to start looking at this new type of enterprise in the market. No matter if we call it cooperative or association or NGO, foundation, social enterprise, or an entity active in the social economy. I will not say why to work with us, but we have been working under EASY, and we continue or hope to continue under InvestEU with some institutions here in the room. And I speak about SOCODEN, about COP57 and CFI. But we have others that are working with cooperatives. And we signed last night with Seira Fundação from Fundación Seira from Barcelona. We are working with Microbank, also here in Spain with Caja Laboral in Bilbao, but also Banca Etica in Italy. And we have others like Mercur, Cooperative Bank from Denmark. And thank you very much, Diana, for the hint on their interest in developing workers' buyout. Now, what we have done. These are the main sectors where the social enterprises are active. And the majority we see, this data is only from InvestEU. And I realized that we should have, I apologize for that, we should have looked at overall data, both EASY and InvestEU combined, because of this. Under InvestEU, we see more associations than cooperatives in our final recipients supported. But this might be because not all the reports, inclusion reports, have been validated by our back office colleagues, or maybe not all the reports have been received by our institution. Under EASY, my memory says that cooperatives were in the range of 30 to 40%, having a 30 to 40% share in the included portfolio. And there is another number that I would like you to remember. Under InvestEU, 70% of the social enterprises supported are startups. It's a huge number, let's be honest. And this means that there is a movement in the market. There is a movement that we should be aware of and that we should continue to target. And I can only encourage all the financial institutions here in the room or in the outside world to look for this new business model, because it's proven to be very resilient to all the crises that we have been facing, and it proved to really tackle the majority. I don't want to say all, because probably there is something that they cannot tackle. I mean, we are not perfect, let's be honest. But I think social enterprises and social economy is really tackling all the problems, almost all the problems that we are facing today in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Christina and to Milena for these introductions on the key findings of the study and the context, indeed, from the EIF's perspective. As I said before, there's going to be some copies of the full study outside in the coffee break area. We still have, 8 minutes for some questions. I have some questions prepared for Christina and Milena, but considering the amount of time we have, I would prioritize if anyone in the audience has any questions. So do we have any questions from what we've just heard about the results of the study, about the presentations? Christina, I asked you yesterday about challenges, and I'm going to do it again. So what would you say that have been the main challenges in serving social enterprises, and why this business do not necessarily go to the banks for financing? What can you tell us about that?
I think because they are afraid of each other. Mm-hmm. The banks do not know what a social enterprise is, and the social enterprise doesn't really have the courage to go to the bank or to a financial institution trying to be financed, trying to ask for a financial support. I think it's a matter of education. And what we are trying to do since the launch of the EASY program is to raise awareness of this business model and the fact that the EU instruments, the guarantee instrument, can support a financial institution to go into a more risky area, to go into the unknown. And probably you'll be upset with me, but I will mention the example of Microbank. I spent probably 1.5, 2 years discussing with them about social and Microbank is the social bank in Spain, right? They were doing microfinance very well since 2007. In 2016, I think, I started to discuss with them about social enterprises and why not expanding into this area. Yes, you have to do a bit of higher loan amounts, not the 25,000 you are used to. And we signed in 2018 a social entrepreneurship easy guarantee. And today, this is a fully fledged business line in Microbank. Our guarantee and our awareness, and I would call it a kind of advisory, supported the bank to somehow get out of their comfort zone, go into the unknown, and having today a very nice business line supporting social enterprises in the country. I think this can be done with lots of other institutions and with also the social enterprises to convince them that you have the grants and subsidies today, but tomorrow maybe not. So try to approach a financial institution. Try to have the courage to go there. And having the 70% startups in social enterprises under InvestEU supported by our guarantee, I think personally I'm proud of, even though I didn't do the work. They did the work.
Christina, and then Milena, what do you think are the next steps? Are you aware if there are any SFS Plus managing authority is interested in exploring the use of financial instruments for workers' buyout?
It's a very important question now because we finished the study, but it's not another study that we want to put in the drawer. So therefore, I think the first step today is we wanted to say the study is finished. We have mapped out we have listed the conclusions, we have some recommendations, and it's also to discuss with you if you agree with these recommendations, and together with the managing authorities and the financial institutions that are involved, to explore the further steps. And so it is raising awareness and stimulating the discussion. So we are available in FICOMPASS together with the Commission to sit together either bilaterally or with more member states, managing authorities under the ESF to see what could be done further. And this is a crucial moment because the new financial framework is being now discussed. So if we want to develop and tailor a financial instrument for workers' buyout, social enterprises, and worker cooperatives in the next programming period, this is the right moment. Be it off-the-shelf financial instrument to be used by managing authorities directly, or at EU level, probably the successor of the InvestEU, I would rather say. So we are available, and please do not hesitate to reach out to us or through the Commission to further work together on this. And the example is Slovenia, because I think they are probably going to pilot the financial instrument under ESF for this. If there are other member states, managing authorities thinking about this, please raise your hand.
Some are going to probably consult with their pillow, I think, based on today's conference. I could maybe take one question if that has sparked any curiosities. All right, we have Jaime over here.
Good morning. Well, it's not a question, it's just contribute to what Christina was saying. The default rate on the EC instrument on social enterprises is 1.5%. So it's not risky supporting social enterprises. And the example you put, like microfinance, and we put them today because they are very well known in the microfinance world, but not so much in the social enterprises. It's an example to follow because we need the financial intermediaries to support both. Because supporting vulnerable people, for sure, is our priority. But supporting the organizations who are supporting the vulnerable people is also a priority for us. And it creates synergy, which is my motto today, the whole event. Synergy, solidarity, and as Mario Draghi say, competitivity. 5% in microfinance, 1.5% in social enterprises is the best investment you can do with your money. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jaime, for your contribution. Well, in that case, then I believe that we can wrap it up here. I'm sure any questions that the audience might have can also be answered over the coffee break, which is going to be taken next door. Thanks a lot to Milena and to Christina. If I can ask for a big round of applause for the two of them. Now we're going to be moving to the next ones of our sessions. As mentioned, we'll be tackling the topic of workers' buyout from different perspectives, starting from the public policy sector, cooperatives, financial institutions. So we are going to be seeing different perspectives, starting from the public sector policy perspective. So the session will be a little bit like most of the sessions that we had yesterday. So we're going to be starting with 10 minutes of presentations and speeches from the different panelists here on the lectern. And then we will start a panel discussion among ourselves in which, as usual, we'll also have plenty of time to questions from your side. So if you have any thought, any question that you want to raise, anything that sparked your curiosity, please note it down and don't be afraid to raise your hands. Any contribution is going to be very valuable. Because we have interpretation, you are also able to make any remarks or any questions in Spanish, French, and Italian as well if needed. So let's get started. Let me welcome all the different panelists and speakers that will join me on stage. Starting from the Vice Minister for Labor at the Basque government in Spain, Elena Pérez Barredo. Welcome. Hola, bienvenida. Por aquí, por favor. Take a seat. Next up with us is the Development and Assessment Director of Cooperazione Finanza Impresa of Italy, Alessandro Viola. Welcome, Alessandro. Over here. Hi. Nice to meet you. Over here. Also with us is the Project Manager for Economic Service at the Nouvelle-Aquitaine region in France, Pascal Charrier. Over here. Par ici, bienvenue. And last but not least, we have the Director General of Business, Self-Employed and Commerce of the Government of the Balearic Islands, José Antonio Caldes. Welcome. Bienvenido. And that's not my seat, that's a table. This over here. So I would like to start by welcoming Elena Pérez Barredo to get us started. Gracias.
Bueno. Good morning to all of you. I decided to change my presentation a little because of the audience we have here today. But the key topics that I would like to talk about with you, I'd already decided on those. The first thing I want to say to you is that I come here today to talk about enterprises. I'm not going to talk about labor, work, or employment. I'm going to talk to you about enterprises. Their main purpose is to actually make revenue or profit from selling their products or services. That's exactly what we're talking about here. These businesses or enterprises. And then I'm going to talk about what I believe is the social economy, and that's in Spain, cooperatives mainly, and mainly workers' cooperatives and labor societies. These are the classic structures here in Spain. When the owners are the workers, there's also special employment centres, insertion centres, and then there are also foundations and associations, but I will mainly focus on the first two, those cooperatives and those labour societies. But science, technology, research, that is also a fabric that is also collective enterprises. It's good to remember that. First of all, the Basque Country is an autonomous region in Spain with major powers that have been devolved to it in a number of areas. One is taxation. We run our own tax regimes, but thinking about the cooperative movement, I would also mention that the legislation on cooperatives is also a power devolved to us. Our social economy is highly diverse. It's very important for all families and for all economic sectors, but mainly it's workers' cooperatives that we have in the Basque Country. And then there are some major numbers with our cooperatives that form association. ASLE is represented here today, SECOP. There are a number of structures, the associations that gather together those cooperatives. And for us, as a public authority, it makes it much easier for us to talk to the cooperatives, to reach consensus with them, so that our public policies really do satisfy the needs of the enterprises and not the other way around. And as I said, they are business in nature and mainly industrial here in the Basque Country. Don't forget that we have always been linked to the cooperative movement, mainly through the Mondragon cooperative. But in the three universities in Euskadi, there are disciplines that are taught on the social economy and cooperative movement, with a key component running through all of institutions and all our departments. And actually, I have to say this, it's almost the only thing in politics today, because politics is so complex today. One of the very few things that all of the political parties in the Basque government tend to agree on. Let me give you some figures. There you've got some figures. 3,941 businesses. You have 93,608 people working there. So that you can see in the investment effort, 39.5%. The debt ratio is 4. Maximum level of revenue there. According to the last survey, in the case of profits, 118% was the increase in profits. That's on the industrial side, and not just in those social economy enterprises, also those special employment centres, 50% of those. Maybe I should explain what the special employment centres are. What they are centres for employment of people with disabilities, psychological, physical disabilities. Those special employment centres are non-profit in Euskadi, in the Basque Country, although I do know that they can be for-profit in other parts of Spain. So 50% of that employment is in the industrial sector. What difficulties do they have? Every single one of them say that they have the same difficulties as in the rest of the economy: financing, increased costs and inflation. That is what the enterprises tell us. But I think if we're talking about social economy, we need to talk not only about financing, but there has to be some initial conditions there that are in place: legislation, tax, and a promotion of them. In our case, we have a law for cooperatives that dates back to 2019. It was passed in December that year, and a number of implementing provisions that are decrees. Let me just focus on one small detail. The most important thing that we have here in the government is to look at fostering those entrepreneurial cooperatives. That they have. This has to be collective, and not social. Collective entrepreneurship. We have to make sure that the legislation helps these people. We were talking about this with Jaime before. When a group of young people want to set up a business, they need to choose the cooperative as a structure, as a format, the socio-labour structure, and not choose a limited partnership or a private company. Assistance, help, subsidies. I want to talk about two main lines that exist. There are the specific ones for the social economy and the general ones. Turning to the specific ones, the most important ones are the financial aid that we give to people who want to set up these businesses to be entrepreneurs with capital, with bringing in investors, and also giving technical assistance for their structural changes. And very, very important for us is training and making the model visible to all. We need to show people that there is a new way of doing business, a new way of operating the economy, which complies with one of the goals that the European Union needs to have, that you have to really belong to the land. There has to be social and territorial cohesion. And this exists here with these cooperatives. So we have to see where people hear about this at school, in school, at universities, but also by running different events. All sorts of events, so people understand that when they actually get into a lift, an elevator, anywhere in the world, that the company that has put in that lift is a social economy cooperative. Or when you go out shopping, when you shop and you buy something in Euskadi, in the Basque Country or in Spain, you might go to a supermarket called Eroski. That is also a social economy enterprise. It's a foundation. People don't know that. They just get in the elevator, full stop. So they need to understand why we want to have this model over any other model. And secondly, most importantly, all of those subsidies, those grants that any public administration may be offering, needs to take into account the fact that there are companies that may not be able to comply with all the requirements for many different reasons. For instance, the special employment centres. Remember I said that they were for the employment of disabled people. The workforce, the numbers they have, turn them automatically into a large company. That's not reasonable. So all of the grants that are available cannot be going... Oh, I'm sorry, I realised I haven't put on the slides on the screen at any point during the presentation. I'm pretty sure that you've been given them. So all of these different lines, these are the grants, the financial facilities, they have to be available for all different sectors. We're now thinking that perhaps specific lines need to be available for the social economy enterprises. We thought about that during the Ukraine war. They were successful. Why were they successful? Because we designed them in line together with the sector. That was a great help. Taxation. There are three main lines here in taxation: not protected, protected, and specially protected. So, which are, of course, the social economy, the cooperatives, the rural companies, etc. Should a limited liability company that is sharing out its profit among the shareholders pay the same in tax as a cooperative, which is under the obligation to share between the workers, the people who are the cooperative members, 30% of the profit? We don't think that should be the case, and that is why they are treated differently. And then a comment on financing. Marcos, yesterday, my colleague, talked about microcredits that are offered by the Vizcaya local deputation, but there's also seed capital, venture capital, which is available in Vizcaya, one of the provinces in the Basque Country. There's also the Lampa Fund, and you know about that, which is a venture capital fund for the creation and transformation of socio-labor companies. And there's also the Caja Laboral, which helps there. But we need to think about the future. And in the future, I think it's not just about making sure legislation is adequate on a case-by-case basis, but making sure that we operate on a more overall level. That is why we have our second strategic interdepartmental social economy plan, where we're looking at collective entrepreneurship. We want to make sure that 20% of the economy in the Basque Country is social economy. That is our goal for 2040. To achieve that, I think we need to create at least a couple of new instruments that will put social economy in the place it deserves to be. Often, as the colleague said before, it's all about marketing. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is about marketing. Maybe it's about incubators for companies and making sure there's a one-stop shop for people to be able to set up these social economy businesses. This is what we want in Euskadi, in the Basque Country, is that when most people sit down and think about being entrepreneurs, that they should do it in the sphere of social economy, and we have ASSET, which is our think tank here. This is operating with all of the institutions, and we also hope it will work with the other autonomous regions, with the city council in Donosti. We hope that this will be a hub for the cutting edge of social economy, to show the rest of Europe that it is possible to do the economy differently. It's called social economy. Thank you.
Eskerrik asko, gracias. Muchas gracias. Me ha parecido muy...
Thank you very much. That was so interesting what you said about how we should be able to switch to this collective entrepreneurship model, and I'd like to talk about it when we get to the panel. Thank you.
Take it away. Thank you very much.
Hola a todos. Voy a hablar en inglés.
I'm going to speak English, and if I find problems, then I can, of course, I seldom speak English, actually.
I mean, 10 minutes are enough to summarize Legge Marcora and CFE. Our mainstream, as you know, is workers' buyout. We were born in 1986 to manage Marcora law. We celebrate this year 40 years of story. Mainstream is workers' buyout. Our dimension, 185 million euros. Around 100 million are in our capital. Our main stakeholder is the state. And another part of our resources, 85, are done in external funds, a subsidized fund. We have managed that fund since 2015. We are 14. And we have a board of directors with the representatives of Italian cooperatives, Confederation, and the Ministry, of course. What we have done in the last 10 years and why EASI had an impact on our investment. You can see this tab. We increased a lot our investment. In the last 4 years, we invested at least 15 millions of euros per year. But if you consider the period before EASI, 15 up to 29, and the second 5 years, the increase was really high, 37 millions, 67 millions. Well, the leverage between our subsidized loan and equity capital has influenced this increase. If we normalize the leverage and we consider the same leverage, 1.5 done in the previous 5 years, the increase has been of 29%. As you can see, the increase in equity capital has been important, 53%. And for us, equity capital is fundamental to leverage with the subsidized loans. And 50 million of workers, but if we focus the increase only considering workers buyout, 17 millions before EASI, 5 years, 37 millions the second 5 years. So the increase is the double, it's a lot. So I want to say thank you to EASI. The reason of this increase is not just because of EASI, even because of COVID and the demands increased. So we had to do that. And the new agreement with Investment EU doesn't cover any more equity investment. It's a pity because the instrument of equity in workers' buyout is really strategic, especially because equity capital we use is not so far away from a loan. Its behaviors, I mean, I consider it even better if you consider that is a senior, pay the losses after the other equity capital and other characteristics that you can see with me at 0.7. 2 slides regarding the change of Marcora law. I will get there later. I want to just give you figures. How many workers buyout done by Marcora law? 320. 2 main periods. The first period, well, it comes from 1986 up to 20, 15 years. And the second period after Lehman Brothers crisis from 2011 up to 2024. This is a focus of the last wave of workers' buyout. Well, the results are really positive. I mean, we were really lucky, but the reason you can see in the point 11, what the reason, previous experience of the previous Marcora law and the group, the network of players have been strengthened. We can give financial support not only once, it's strange for a public fund, not just once. The previous Marcora law just once. Now we can follow the rhythm of the need of a COP. And it's important to follow the behavior so you can manage it. And the lower leverage at the startup stage. We cannot make a workers buyout if we need 10 millions of euros and workers can invest in capitalization only 500,000 euros. In that case, better not to use this model, or you have to meet an imprenditor, someone that can help workers, otherwise the leverage is not correct. These are our investment. And you can see the return for the state. This is the reason why we manage 100 millions of public resources, and we don't have to pay for that, because we pay for that just every year when we show what was the return for the state. And the return has been so high for these 97 workers buyout, 300 million just considering labor cost accumulating. So add cost labor each year for these 15 years, you reach 714 million of labor costs. In Italy, the taxation we call the cuneo fiscale is 40%, and so you can have this calculate. Some names, I didn't write cakes, histograms, so when you have this publication, you see the names of some of these 97 workers buyout. I had the lucky because I joined CFA in 2003. Like you, Andrea, told me yesterday that you joined Commission in 2003, so both 22 of experience in the same company. And I mean, I wanted to leave directly a startup of workers buyout, but it didn't happen. I had to wait 2010, 8 years. And when it happened, it never stopped. Just in the last 2 years, we can register a slowdown, 24 and 23, but now we're working on another 3 or 4 workers buyout. The rhythm is like 7, 8 workers buyout per year. We say no, I wouldn't say often, because the typical team is CFE and cooperative movement, cooperative associations, and mutualistic fund. The first stage of a workers' buyout. I mean, it depends on you. Better do workers' buyout that works, mainly because workers invest their unemployment benefits, so they lost money, they can lose money, so you have to be really, really sure that it works, or at least the assessment has to be really strong. So if you want to do a workers' buyout, you have to try to kill it. If you try to kill him and he resists, okay, go ahead. There's an example, for instance, Screen Sud. Screen Sud had to use 2 eyes in a bid, the prehension to buy the company, and then he had to move to another building because the previous property decided not to rent the building. And other story, Edificio Messina, I mean, we will see the video later, I think so. It's a fantastic story. Mimmo couldn't come over because he had surgery last days. And the sides, as you can see here, okay. The average size in Italy, if you share, is like 5 million per workers buyout. That means some workers buyout manage sales of 20 millions, other 2 millions. We have lost 6 millions, 0.6. It's nothing. This is why I told you very positive results. It's really nothing because you invest resources in a company done by employees who come from bankruptcy. So try to imagine, it's a kind of, the reason why, because we stress the business plan a lot. And just the final, I have 1 minute, so I use it. Do you want me to use it or do you want me to save time?
Please use it. It's your time. So
well, okay, I'm going to use it. The difference between Marcora law before the reform and then. We first did only workers buyout, only equity capital, you can read with me, and our costs covered by a grant. And mainly we manage an external fund. The change was state enters CFE capital, then our profit and loss depends on the interest paid by cooperatives. I mean, they have to pay the loans. Not only startup, we reduce the leverage, and we use new declination of loans. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. I think it's been really interesting to see the impact and the results and the numbers of successful worker buyouts. I think some of the examples that you mentioned, we're going to be seeing some case studies actually throughout the conference today, indeed. So now I think we're switching to French. Je donne la parole à...
I'd like to give the floor to Pascal Charrier from the new Aquitaine region. Good morning, and thank you for this invitation. I apologize, I'll speak French, but we have interpretation. So now why this transfer or worker buyout is important for my region, for Nouvelle Aquitaine? Well, we'll be talking a little bit about this transfer or worker buyout, or the cooperatives. Now, this is an important issue because today we are faced with demographic difficulties, especially because of the age of the workers. If you look at the age, over 25% of the managers are over 60 years old. 600,000 companies over the next 5 years need to be bought out or transferred. Now, these companies, generally speaking, 90% have less than 15 workers. So if we want to help them in this stage for the buyout, we have a lot to do because we look at the size of the number of buyouts that need to be worked on. So we want to work on this area, and we also want to take account of workers' buyouts because we think that is probably the model which has not really been used so much, even though it is now becoming a little bit more popular. So what is important in this sector? Well, basically, you need to map out the different stakeholders because you have many different stakeholders who work in this sector, in the worker buyout cooperative. You've got private and para-public organizations and associations. They don't work in the same way, and they won't be working with the same kind of companies. So we feel that for Nouvelle Aquitaine, if we really want to have strong political public intervention, we need to really identify all these stakeholders. We need to know who does what and who is in charge of whom. Because we can't possibly carry out a good job, especially to try and take the workers or employees and make sure that they get in touch with the right businesses if we don't know who's involved. So we need to know at the size of our region. So the stakeholders are very numerous, and we need to focus on this. So this work of mapping, of understanding the structure is something that we are now dealing with. Now, the table that you can see here is simply to tell you that if the companies are larger, then it is certainly the private stakeholders that come into play. If they are smaller companies, then it is basically cooperatives or para-public organizations. And for the larger businesses, we know that they will be repurchased. They will get external growth. But for the smaller companies, they depend, a lot depends on the know-how of the managers. So the stakeholders are very different, and the work that we need to do is not the same either. So once we've concluded this for our region, what are the problems? Well, problems that I'm sure you're familiar with. But let me just remind you of them. First of all, the question of communication of the business world in France and the creation of companies. But you talk very little about worker buyouts. And a lot of work needs to be done. And when we talk about buyouts, we don't talk about worker buyouts necessarily. So let me give you an example. We have worked with universities of our region, and when they talk about business and the business world to students, they talk about setting up companies. But there is a true issue here. We need to talk about this. And it is not always easy to get workers and employees to be aware of this because there is a reticence on the part of managers as well. So for us to come and talk about this kind of transfer to workers and employees. And then we have a psychological issue. Managers can't possibly imagine that the sources that this transfer or buyout could be done internally. So we need to focus on that. And then managers and employees are not always familiar with the cooperative model. But colleagues, we do work extremely well with the cooperative network. But I think we need to continue making further efforts in this area. Now, the other problem which we have identified, well, is the funding. We have difficulties sometimes for the employees to set money aside to proceed to this buyout, especially in the form of a cooperative. also a lack of knowledge on the money that can be mobilized and can be attracted to this kind of cooperative model. So what is our toolbox for our region to work on worker buyouts? First of all, we mobilize European funds, the ESF Plus, and we need to continue mobilizing this. We use them particularly for the support of for the buyers. The Aquitaine region subsidizes and helps the partners who will be working with the buyers, and the ESF Plus is a kind of supplement. So this basically means that we have an ecosystem with many different stakeholders, and they can give advice. And it also means that we can have other good results, because sometimes we have 98% of the buyers who have been supported and helped. 98% of the buyers are still working and active 3 years later. So this works very well. Now, we also work with the European funds in the case of sellers. We mobilize the ERDF funds, and this is again a support advice for the sellers to make sure that this transfer can take place. This is important, and in our toolbox, European funds are essential, are very important, and we have an instrument for co-investment as well. This brings me to our toolbox on something that we put in place about a year ago in our region. I told you that there are many different stakeholders, and this is a problem for us. So therefore, we created a group of stakeholders involved in transfers. That is the public sector, the private sector, and it's important to get the private sector on board, and the cooperatives. So this is an area where we can have an exchange of views, where we can think about the problems related to the worker buyouts and transfers. We believe that this is very useful, and we think they should also look at pilot projects. Now, it is almost 30 years that we talk about buyouts, and it is perhaps not possible to innovate. Well, yes, you can innovate, especially in this area, by making people work who don't tend to work together. And so we ask the cooperatives to work with other stakeholders, with stakeholders they might not be used to working with. And I think at the end of the day, we will innovate so that people that don't know each other or don't know each other well can start working together. We want to stimulate our European neighbors, Spain in particular, because we want to be inspired by the model that you have developed. And I've also appreciated, and thank you so much for this invitation, and thank you. It's been really pleasant to be here in Madrid with you, and I'd like to extend an invitation in October in Bordeaux. We have a World Forum of Social Economy and Solidarity, and you would be very welcome to the city of Bordeaux. Thank you.
Excellent. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think that you've talked about some very important subjects, particularly the problem on communication related to buyouts and the lack of knowledge in the area, and the possibility of innovating. I'm sure that we could talk about this later on during the panel session. This brings me to the next speaker. I'd like to welcome José Antonio Caldes from the Balearic Islands. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you, of course, to the interpreters for the work they're doing, and to all of you for being here in the audience today. The Balearic Islands, I'm sure you know it, don't you, because of it being a tourist destination. When we talk about the social economy, it seems a little odd, doesn't it? Because the social economy seems to be something that is small. It's a tiny segment, but it is important for us because of our labour fabric. We have micro enterprises, really micro. We're talking about self-employed people and the small companies between 1 and 6 employees, tiny companies and cooperatives. The social economy can really help these enterprises to grow. Let me give you some context, if I could. This is pretty much of an organizational chart there. I'm stuck here in the middle. If you can see on the slide, we are cross-cutting. We deal with employment, with energy and enterprises. This is the social economy and circular economy area. This is the important one. This is attached to the Directorate General, as you can see here. When we came into power in the regional government, one of the things we started to realize is that projects, when you're talking about self-employed individuals, enterprises and the social economy, and I totally agree with my colleague who spoke from the Basque Country that I love to talk about the social economy, but the word is economy, isn't it? That these enterprises need to be economically viable. One thing that we have detected and we have to work on is making this type of enterprise more professional. Their capabilities, their skills, their knowledge, their know-how has to be really enhanced, because at the end of the day they're going to be competing in a business world against other businesses, and they will have to understand that that is the reality lying ahead of them. So what have we done then with our strategy in our regional government department? You can see on the left-hand side that these are the thematic areas that we have. Digitalization, fundamental, particularly for smaller companies, so it gives them the competitive edge sometimes over bigger companies. Secondly, in those yellow boxes, sustainable growth, because we are, of course, islands, and so we have a certain way to grow. We have limited resources in the islands, and last year, for instance, 17 million tourists came to our islands. Just think about the water consumption, the use of the land in our islands. It's incredible, the figures there. The third one at the bottom of that list is economic promotion and development. So we have to try and foster innovation there. We have cooperatives that are working in the education segment, also agricultural ones, and they have high added value products that they're producing, but they have a problem to sell and market them. So we have good companies, good products, but they find it hard to get access to the markets and develop their own advantages. So then we have the 5 red boxes there, which are the levers: entrepreneurship, financing, investment, trade, and internationalization. They're cross-cutting areas, really. And what we've done with those levers is develop the programs and make them interconnected. We work together, because if we're working with self-employed individuals, well, we've included cooperatives and social economy there under that heading. If it's financing that we're dealing with, instead of a subsidy-based, a grant-based model, there about 3.6 million there. We now are working with cooperatives, employment special centres, and those socio-labour insertion cooperatives. But more than anything else, we've been trying to educate these companies to seek specific financing facilities, and working with ISBAG, which is a reciprocal guarantee entity in the Balearic Islands. We're seeking the right products, working with financial institutions. You know, of course, that we also have the guarantors that are important. And then investment, that lever, through investments, through trade operations, quite often. These social economy enterprises have perhaps not been very market-oriented in their approaches. So it's good for us as public administration to subsidize them, to help them, but we always tell them, but you have to take your products and services to the markets. You have to harness customers, because the work you're doing is really good. And the last lever there, internationalization, why is that? We felt that it was more important to take the social economy enterprises to other areas like the Basque Country to see what has worked for them. So those were the themes, and they're the same ones you can see here. You've got digitalization, sustainable growth. You've got all the details there about what we've been developing. And this has come together in this idea, which is visibility. We identified the fact that social economy works really well in certain areas, but it really doesn't have a high profile. It works with universities and young people, perhaps. That's where it matters. If an entrepreneur is thinking about what he's going to do, then they have to decide whether it's going to be a limited company or social economy structure. So we've set up this hub, really, this visible point to be able to help these young people, offering them the options there. We're saying that social economy is sustainable as an option and also has a positive impact overall in the Balearic Islands. It really makes sense because of our geography and because of the type of ecosystem that we have. And this is something we think could be of assistance. We're working with the NGOs and associations on that. And a second issue, which has actually come up today and is very important for us in Europe and Spain, is the succession in business. I think both the Italian and French colleagues have talked about that. What happens when you need to actually pass on the company to somebody else? We have to educate not just the employees there, but young people to say it's actually better, more viable to actually take over a company that's already operating than to start something from scratch. We did a study in the Balearic Islands, and 58% of those small enterprises or cooperatives, social economy enterprises, had never thought about taking over the enterprise when there were or what would happen with the takeover then, when there was only 5 years left before they were going to retire. In other words, they were just about to close down. It would be too late for someone to help. So we feel that there needs to be more leeway. You need to actually think about what's going to happen with that enterprise 2 or 3 years down the line and develop a plan. And we're working with this portal there, which is called the Succession on Businesses. There are two things that we're doing here. Identification is the first point, and that was funny, actually. It wasn't through a public survey. We actually sent out our interviewers personally, door to door, to small villages and to talk to the enterprises and the businesses there. Why? I have to tell you that nobody actually likes to actually send in data to any survey. You have to talk to the people directly. So we had to send a person to ask those questions. And so we have put together a database of those enterprises, those NGOs or cooperatives or social economy businesses. And we know that in about 3 to 4 years' time, they will have to close down because there is no new generation in the family to take over those companies. It will have to either be the employees or entrepreneurs coming in to take over the businesses. That was the first pillar. And then we're working on entrepreneurship. And we're saying, OK, you want to be an entrepreneur. Why don't you pick up a business that's working, that has a good P&L account there, and you can continue with the business and with your new ideas. And all of that had to be coordinated with a network of agents working all over the Balearic Islands because proximity matters in the islands. And there are another two lines. One is grants for this area, and then financing. We're going to set up a financing facility specifically for this generational takeover. Why? Because we saw that only 20% could get, 80% could actually get bank financing, and we felt there was a gap there, and we had to fill that gap with the 20% of financing for the succession of companies, and that's really what we're doing. As I said, we're a small region. We, of course, have a big impact in the summer. As of this month, definitely. But we are particularly aware of micro-enterprise and social economy and its importance because we have to work with that model in our territory. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, José Antonio. All right, so we have just about a bit more than 15 minutes for the next session to begin. So, as always, I have some questions prepared for the panelists, but I would rather prioritize your questions since you are the experts. So, all right, we have one question starting over here, and then I'll take yours, or we can swap. Well, anyway. Let's get your question first. You can introduce yourself.
¿Sí? ¿Se oye?
Sí.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for those presentations to all of the speakers. I have two questions. One is for the lady from the Basque country government. I'd like to ask you to what extent are the interests with regard to promoting collective entrepreneurship aligned between the public administration and the third sector, particularly those that are working for social inclusion and developing the livelihoods of certain groups in society? Are you really aligned there? And do you think there is room for upside there? Could you actually come together in that path forward? And for the gentleman from the Balearic Islands, could you tell me, have you identified any indicator or any rate of social economy that you would like to achieve? Do you want to reach that threshold according to the strategic objectives in your plan? Let me kick off, if I could. Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, you're right. The third sector is very linked to the social economy in the Basque Country. Most of these are non-profit associations or foundations. That means that they are social economy models. However, there are certain families that are very, very linked to the third sector, and they've grown there. And I'm thinking of those special employment centres, such as Catalagaya, Socio Laboral, which is a company and it's a special centre. There's another big example, Ateo Batagua Gareak. This is another one. And most of these are industrial companies. And let me say once again, and I want to repeat this, I like to repeat this, industrial is the word. These are industrial enterprises that grew out of associations or partnerships of fathers. There was an association of parents, rather, not the fathers, of children with disabilities. And that then led to a special employment centre, it became a cooperative, and there are now 5 million jobs there. Sorry, 5,000 jobs with special vulnerability.
En Euskadi, lo repito, creo que socialmente.
I think socially and politically, for the companies in the third sector, I would say there's full alignment with us. And as I said at the start, I think the association nature, that what brings them together in these families, it's so important. They are so strong. They are lobbying, and they have a strong lobby, and it's a positive lobby. They're doing what they have to do. They are showing us the direction to take, and they tell us the way to go, and they help us to take the right decisions that we take. Do we have an objective, a target there? We don't have that, but there is something that we're concerned about right now. We're looking at the regulation of all of the cooperatives in the Balearic Islands because the thing, a lot of them were sort of breaking up in all different stages of dissolution. And the first thing, we want to keep those cooperatives going that can be viable. And there are a lot of them, particularly in agri-foods and education. They're the big areas. And then the insertion ones, maybe 8 or 9 enterprises there that are still operating. And then the special employment centres with characteristics which could be for-profit or not-for-profit. So we haven't set a target for growth there. What we have said is that we want them to keep going. We don't want the figure to drop at all. And the only thing we have seen that could stop that figure from declining is for these entities to have a higher profile, more visibility, because particularly we've seen that entrepreneurs, if they don't know about these models, they won't even look at it. That's what we're working on now.
Well, I have a question for Alessandro. Did I understand you correctly? You said that the Marcora law makes it possible for unemployment and the use of those unemployment money to go for worker buyouts. Did I understand you correctly?
Is it working? Okay, it works. Okay, there are two rules that help capitalization of a workers' buyout cooperative. One that let workers get their unemployment benefit in advance instead of getting it for 15, 18 months, each month a part of the previous salary, like pago único, creo que sea. They can get all these resources once, but they have to invest these resources in a cooperative who rent first and then buy the previous company or part of it. If they do that, 40 people means 15 or 20,000 euros per each person, 80,000 euros of capitalization. La Marcora can multiply 1-to-1 these equity capitals. That means 1,600,000 euros to manage 5 million of sales of volume of production. And if you need loans, Marcora Law can leverage our equity capital with these subsidized loans born in 2015, strong enough to face this kind of dimension, not so strong if we want to make bigger workers buyout like 50 millions or 100 millions of euros, but we never did it in the last 30 years. Probably the correct dimension is around 5 millions up to 30 million. Then probably the process, which is bottom up, we are for the process bottom up and not top down. Larger dimension probably requests an external management, which is, it's a risk. In the previous list I gave you, 97 workers buyout, 10 with an external manager, out of which 7 didn't work. That doesn't mean that the manager is a problem. That means that when you put a manager in a workers buyout, it's not anymore bottom up, but it starts to be top down. It may not work. Is okay?
Perfectamente. Entonces,
Yes, I understand. So we're working on this as well, but I didn't really know that you could actually capitalize a traditional company which is going to have a transfer on the part or a buyout by workers, and you can capitalize this to turn into a cooperative owned by the workers. Here, we're working on this measure at state level because that makes it possible to take, the first step for this purchase.
Type of new company promoted by employees who lost their jobs in their previous experiences. So it's not a transformation; it's a totally change, discontinuity.
Mm-hmm.
Totally.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Outside of the room, over here.
Grazie mille per.
Thank you so much for those comments. I have a question to the representative from Nouvelle Aquitaine. Could you give us some figures on your experience, the impact of the use of the ESF funds, and how many companies and cooperatives have been created or worker buyouts have been created? Could you give us some figures as to the success? I mean, how long have these businesses survived?
Merci pour.
Yes, thank you for that question. Well, basically, what we put in place in Nouvelle Aquitaine is a system which covers over 100 associations, 650 funded buyouts, about 20,000 creators, and 20,000 buyers. So it's perhaps not a huge figure, but at the end of the day, we're talking about 100. So that's not a very large figure. But what I tried to explain today, to create a company, to set up a company, well, there is dynamism, which is healthy, but we still need to work on the buyouts by workers. And then on the actual survival, the length the companies actually run, we've just finished a study. And I think today you can set up your company online without any support. And then the model that we set up is to say, okay, well, you need to get our advice. And through European funds, we can fund hours of advice, of counseling. So we've get people who have set up their companies online, and survival rate is about 65% that are still surviving 3 years later, and 84% if you've received this counseling, and 98% only for the buyers. So if they get this support, if they get this counseling, they perform better. So that's important for us to do, but we still we still need to do a lot, especially in the area of worker buyouts. We need to focus on that. I mean, the guidance is useful, but in the Nouvelle Aquitaine region, we need to get advice, and so that we can really increase the number of businesses that we can counsel. Thank you.
Last question, maybe two. All right, then maybe I will take advantage and ask one last question to the panel, because something that has come up is the question of communication around these initiatives and around these possibilities, and sometimes the lack of knowledge around it. So maybe do you have like one tip or one good practice that has worked for you in order to reach out to the enterprises and to the collectives that that need such initiatives and that can benefit from worker buyouts? Elena, gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that question. I do think that's the key questions. I think there are two clear lines. One is education, and that is to put into the curriculum all of the topics we're talking about today, that companies could be limited liability companies or partnerships, but they could also be cooperatives, as well as being social labor enterprises or other formats. I don't know what experience you've got. I mean, I can say personally that at university that I was never ever taught about the existence of cooperatives ever, and I'm from Euskadi, the Basque Country, so that is the first fundamental thing to do in the curriculum. Subjects should be taught about the social economy. So we are working on that possibility, working with the University of Mondragon, which is a cooperative university, to set up those teaching units that would allow teachers in Euskadi to teach those subjects. And then secondly, there's visibilization, and making that model more visible to society as a whole. To do that, we're not only supporting the initiatives that are being made by the enterprises themselves and the association themselves, but we also have our own initiatives. Tomorrow, actually, we have a gala, and we have the Mondragon City Challenge Awards ceremony. Well, what is that? It's a project that has targeted young people. It's the young people. There is the 16 to 24-year-old bracket and the over 24-year-olds. So it's awards for them to set up cooperatives. And I can tell you now this awards work because they sit down, these young people, to create a cooperative, to develop it. Another raising the visibility initiative is the Echoes Festival. What is it? It's young people and old people who produce videos or sort of modern things, in the social media about the social economy. And I have to say that all of the work done over the last year, it was all because of the words of a young girl at the last social economy festival. Yes, that's funny. She said, "Thank you for this. Thank you to this festival. I have found an economic or a form of business that I didn't know about, and it matches up to my interests." And she said, "And this is all about purposes, and that is all about the talent, bringing in young people's talents." She said, "It's the social economy that is for us." Thank you, Elena. Any other ideas from the panelists?
In Italy, this last wave of workers' buyout make a lot of rumors in terms of media and word of mouth and interest trade unions and associations. So the communication is strong. Can we improve it? Of course, yes. But I mean, if you think the workers have preferential rights to run the company, so it works even into the bankruptcy body to know better this kind of way to figure it out a crisis, because consultants do not know that. You have to work on it to get in contact with this word. So there's a lot to do, and we want to do that.
Thank you. Any other ideas?
Oui, juste pour...
Yes, actually, I'd like to share an initiative with you. In Nouvelle-Aquitaine, we have a month of buyouts every November of each year. We are going to prepare the 8th edition of this in November 2025. And these events have been organized for a period of a month on this buyout initiative. And we want to focus on workers' buyouts at our 8th event. And that actually works extremely well. José Antonio, please. Well, actually, one of the experiences, I think the ones that you've just mentioned are really good, but especially with young people and students, we have visited cooperatives that are functioning, that are working, so that the members of this cooperative can tell us a little bit about the business and how viable it is, because that brings people a lot closer to understanding the initiative. Thank you.
Our audience will take very good note of these tips, of these good practices and words of advice. I think we can wrap up the discussion here. So thank you very much to our panelists, to Elena, to Alessandro, to Pierre and to Pascal and to José Antonio. Sorry, a lot of names to remember. And if I can ask for a big round of applause for them. And thanks also, by the way, to the team of interpreters for facilitating such a multilingual discussion so seamlessly. Thank you very much. Well, now we're moving to our next part of the event, in which we're going to be seeing actually examples of workers' buyout companies. So we're going to be hearing 3 case studies, and we will be able also to ask questions to them. So I would like to welcome on stage, first of all, the president of the Zaya Iron Foundry Cooperative in Spain, Lucas Álvarez. Bienvenido. Lucas, por aquí. Then also with us is the administrator at Ceramiche Noi in Italy, Lorenzo Giornelli. Welcome. And we're also going to be showing later a video from the president of Birrificio Messina, Domenico Sorrenti, I believe. Yeah, great. So, perfect. So, Lucas, cuando quieras.
Buenos días.
Good morning. I'm going to show you a video about us first.
Bueno. Buenos días.
So good morning to all of you, and thank you for the invitation. I think Tavayo Iron Foundry's example really does match up with what you've been talking about this morning and yesterday. That is the buyout of a company by its workers. We are a heavy industry. In Europe today, these are businesses that are delocating. They're moving towards China or India. And the workers' buyout, what it has done, has meant that we've been able to keep operating and keep in business. We have a lengthy experience. Now we are building internal combustion engines, as you know, in Europe. This seemed to have been given the death penalty, and now we've been given extended life, but we are in trouble. Nevertheless, we still think there is a future ahead of us, and that future is the social economy. It means we will be the owners of our own decisions, and we will be able to set out the path. Now we make very, very complex pieces. They were a lot simpler in the past. This has been an evolution, and this is where we are today. Let me tell you about the history. I have been in the company for 30 years now, and I've seen it be a limited liability company, a mixed company, which isn't the best solution. And now we are a social labor cooperative. 95% of employees today are the owners, 900 people there. We are manufacturing about 750,000 units in the world. You can see that they are exported all over the world with a turnover of 130 million euros a year. And we are a highly capital-intensive company. Over the last 10 years, we've invested about 100 million euros in the company. Why? To bring the facilities up to date, to become more modern. Employment. I think the social economy is the economy of the future. It means that we don't have to be moved geographically, and we can develop employment in the area. We're in the north of the country, next to the Basque Country, and we belong to the Mondragon Corporation. We account for 19%, almost 20% of the private employment in Tafalla, which is in Navarra, which is a region in the north of Spain. So the main employment center is Pamplona, the big city, and we're competing with that city to retain talent. They are main competitors geographically. So what's our history? Going back to 1896, a man called Javier Luzuriaga founded the business in Pasaje, in San Sebastián. It's in industrial manufacturing. You probably know that the north of the country, Basque Country, had that industrial really base then with a 6.6 million euro investment in 1953, he founded the SA, that is a limited liability country, with a new factory in Tafalla being created in 1968. So that is where our factory was initially created in 1990. It was the crisis hit, and Victoria Luzuriaga was bought by the Mondragon Corporation. It still remained a limited liability company, and it was, as I say, it was bought up. And then that was 1994, and then we decided to become, in 2008, a mixed cooperative. We had to talk to the public authorities in the region because this didn't exist at the time. There was no definition in law, and we as workers did not have the financial clout to be able to take over the company. So we only were able to have 25% of the capital. This was the watershed moment which allowed the company to continue to operate. We would have closed down if this hadn't been the case. And then in 2012, we made a capital increase. We needed to renew our machinery. At the time, there were about 200 worker partners holding that 25% of the capital. 75% was owned by Fagor Edelana Mondragon. And together with the public authorities, we put in the money for the capital increase. So this was public-private partnership, including the workers' owners there. We made sure that the factory was brought up to date with that technological modernization. In 2020, we created a new strategy, and in 2023, we became independent. We bought out the share owned by Fagor Edelana Mondragon, and now we are the owners of the whole company. We have long-term debt that has allowed us to move forward. That was quite clearly the turning point in our history. With the engagement of all of our workers, we've been able to actually turn around the company. We have had 20% productivity gains, 50% revenue increase in 3 years approximately. So I am a full believer, total believer, an advocate for this. And I do believe that the economy will be social in the future, or there will be no economy. And as the public authorities have said that they are seeing this evolution, we are doing what we can to really disseminate this, the social economy. So we are trying to raise awareness in our area of what the social economy is. And that is why, working together with the Public University of Navarre, we have participated in a university chair on social economy. I don't know. So we're making sure this is something that is taught in schools and universities, and we invite students to come along and see what a cooperative model is and how it works. So we go to universities and we talk to them about engineering and iron and the foundry and casting. But funnily enough, the university students are really keen about this, the social economy. They say, oh, so you're a cooperative. Do you manage the cooperative? Are you owners? Do you take your own decisions? That is what has the most impact in our talks, those ideas. And I think there's a lack of information around about this model, even though in the north of the country, in Navarre and the Basque Country, we are strong advocates of this model. And let me also talk about Anel, together with the Navarre regional government and the cooperative enterprises, we also promote the cooperative model, and we give momentum to the third comprehensive plan for the cooperative model in Navarre. So, as a major industrial company, we believe in the cooperative model, and we believe that the future is and will be a future of cooperatives, and it's not just about innovating with new forms of businesses and making a cooperative. It's about fostering and making sustainable and providing continuity for industrial companies like ours. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Lucas. Me ha llamado mucho la atención.
Thank you very much. I was quite struck there by the fact that with that challenge that you're facing of delocation of heavy industry, which is an issue facing the whole of Europe, that the cooperative format and the workers' buyout, and I'm finding it hard to find the right word in Spanish, says the speaker there, it's how that can actually be the right answer to a Europe-wide challenge to our competitiveness. So thank you very much for saying that.
To have with us Lorenzo Giornelli of Ceramiche Noi in Italy.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to speak in Italian. So, who is Ceramiche Noi? Ceramiche Noi is, I think, one of the most emblematic worker buyout in Italy. We are a company which is fairly small, and until 6 or 7 years ago, we did our own work with each of the individual workers. We've had over 70 years of experience in the area of ceramics. We export, especially to the United States, Canada, to France, to Austria, and we're looking at Asia. 6 years ago, the previous owner, from one day to the next, decided that he wanted to delocalize production, all of our work, everything that we've been doing every single day for what we've been fighting for. And we worked very hard, and he wanted to move to Armenia, outside of the EU, outside of Europe, because the costs are lower, presumably, or because there were other advantages. Well, at first, we felt quite uncomfortable. We kind of looked at each other, and there were 12, 13 people. And I mean, we were kind of like a large family. And we decided that this was simply not fair, that there was a lot of our work, our craft, in the area of ceramics, or possibly in leather, which is typical of the made in Italy across the world, was going to be delocalized, and the factory was going to be closed. So from the first moment, we talked to Lega Coop, our association, thanks to a fund, has made it possible, together with the unemployment benefits. And because of the Marcora law, we set up a new cooperative. We did this because we felt at the end of the day that we had started this business and we wanted to continue. So we asked for the unemployment benefits. We asked for those ahead of time. We received 180,000 euros, and then 150,000 were paid by Cofong. So that is how we created this business, a small reality, and which was in the center area of Italy. So today we're a business with 14 partners and another 10 workers. We've tripled our turnover. We've opened new markets, and especially we have really managed to show that our small brand could become well known in other areas, and we've opened new horizons because of the two production lines, one of which is more productive and then one which is more craft focused. We have been selected for the Cannes Film Festival for the prizes. We've been to Expo Dubai. We've also been present at the Venice Film Festival, and especially we received, which I believe is perhaps our most important achievement, we were mentioned. I think there's a video, I'm not sure whether this video could be shown, during the energy crisis. We consume a lot of energy, so we've tried to face up to these high energy costs. And there was a reference made about us by Ursula von der Leyen, because we are a proof of resilience, because despite all of this, we tried to fight this energy crisis. A crisis which has seen an increase of 1,000% in our costs. Our electricity bills were 15 to 18,000, and then we started to get bills of 125,000 euros. And despite all of this, we achieved to make progress and to continue. How did we do this? Well, basically, we focused on sustainability and on development. On the one hand, the product and in the process. As far as the product is concerned, these are products that have been tested, products that they are certified, and that they are materials that can be sold on any kind of market. And we completely moved from the especially for those of us who make these kind of crafts products, we want to move to totally recycled. So we have a completely green recycling. We also recover heat at the level of the production. And we are one of the very first industries that has introduced hydrogen as a new fuel. As you can see, we've now we had some tough years because we started in 2019. 6 months later, we had a serious crisis, the pandemic, as we all know. So we were helped by Co-op Fund. Then we had a serious energy crisis, so we made a lot of work. We did a lot of work in the area of research and development, and we started a patent, filing an antibacterial plate. And then we were faced with the serious energy crisis in 21-22. And that really destroyed any hope, any profit. But then we moved to the most important programs from 22 to 24. And then this brought us to what I'm sure is now an important example of major investments thanks to microfinance and specific finance for worker buyouts. In 2024 and 2025, we opened our new factory, totally eco-sustainable, which is the self-production through photovoltaic solar panels with green energy for self-production of hydrogen, which is then used for the production cycle. We've been able to save 100% of our energy costs during the day, and we've also been able to save by combining self-produced hydrogen and gas. And there again, our costs have gone down. Now, we've done all of this because basically to invest, not only to get better production, but also a reduce in costs allows you to get a more performing product and also a green product. our products can be certified as to be fully sustainable, and this can be sold on the market. And this was thanks because of the support the Banca Etica, CFI, and also investments made by ourselves has made it possible for us to create this new business, this new factory with more performing furnaces. All of this is with Industry 4.0 and now 5.0. So basically, this is a small company, but we're very competitive. Our customers are end customers, retail companies, fashion companies. So we have high quality products, certified products, and fully sustainable. And this was only possible thanks to the financial instruments that we have in Italy. So here it's a great pleasure and an honor for us to be here to show you that worker buyouts, whether they are big or small, well, surely they can achieve a lot. If you have a business plan, of course, well structured. If you carry out investments with a methodology, understanding the economy, but also without giving up. We told ourselves, we're considered a resilient company. This is certainly true, but I can also tell you that the resilience is what we have in our DNA. We were born from a crisis, derived from a delocalization initiative. So we were born fighting, and this helps us to face up to all the difficulties, which, and I'm sure we'll continue having problems in the future, difficulties we might run into. But anyway, we're here to show you that this is possible. Well, this, of course, is a serious problem for millions of families. We don't exactly know how they will be paying their electricity bill. In the factories, in a ceramics factory in Italy, they decided to start working early in the morning to save energy. So just imagine those mums and dads need to leave home when the children are still in bed, and they do their shift for a war that they haven't chosen. This is proof of citizens who adapt to a new situation. I follow the example of the people. Thank you.
Fate un esempio di resilienza.
Yes, that's a really interesting example of resilience. And it's good to see that these instruments, these financial instruments, can also help you for energy transition, which at the end of the day lower your energy costs. So thank you so much for your example. Thank you.
Passing to the next one of our examples of worker buyout companies, we have a video from the president of Birrificio Messina, Domenico Sorrenti.
Un'odissea per 41 lavoratori.
Well, this was an odyssey which started for 41 workers, 2011, when we were told that the only Sicilian beer factory was going to be closed. The old factory of Birra Messina, 41 workers, and the business was closed, and we had no jobs. So we started a fight. At the beginning, we all fought together, and slowly there were 15 of us. 15 of us came to the end of this road. Well, we started to recover the dignity that had disappeared. We put all our resources together, physical and economic resources. We invested our unemployment benefit because we wanted to really deal with this. So we built a reality, and we're very proud of this reality. So the Messina factory, beer factory, is a long story. There have been so many situations that led to this, because they clearly showed us the pain, the strength to make sure that they were prepared to do whatever it takes to not lose their. They weren't just defending their wages, they were defending a history of generations of families to defend the future of their children and also the sensitivity which was behind their work. They knew that it was important to work and they have been considered heroes.
Wow.
Thank you so much. So this was done by workers who were not really planning to produce beers. So they wanted to build supermarkets and buildings. So during the office of our trade union, a meeting that we had for the trade in the trade union offices, we decided to set up a cooperative. We believe in this company. We've been prepared to make sacrifices and not to put money into our own pockets. So much. We didn't just think of ourselves, but we also thought about the workers in Messina. And today we have 17 staff, 10 of them are women. When we lost our jobs, there were some of us who were already 53 to 55 or 56 years old. The youngest was 48 years old, but it was very difficult to find another job because nobody wants to take or wants to hire someone who's a little bit older. So through this, we brought security to people who are now retired. Well, in this situation, we find ourselves thanks to outside support. And we are now in a position so we can move faster. We receive support from the region, and they've helped us to look for the warehouses and to set up the best possible production facilities. And then, of course, we received finance with CFI and the Ministry of Economic Development, and then the Marcora law. We took advantage of that too, so that we could take a loan, and then we continued by developing this company. There was a lot of solidarity by these institutions and also by the consumers. I can tell you, at least as far as my company is concerned, this was a dream. This was a dream which is really coming true because we've provided work to so many people, not just to ourselves, the 15 of us, and future generations. But let us see that we've given work to providers, the suppliers, packaging, bottles. So this is a dream that continues, and I hope that it is an example for others to continue to invest in local communities, because that is important. Once the region has progress, then it is good for all of us. And we know that people leave from our regions, and what we try to do is for young people to stay, because the true future are the young people. If you send them away, then everything's going to die.
Grazie a Domenico Sorrenti per questo video, certamente.
Thank you, Domenico Sorrenti. This was a beautiful video. Thank you so much. I very much like artisanal beer, so it's a great pleasure to see that this helps companies that do such important work.
We have let me see, just about 15 minutes for your questions on the examples that Lucas and Lorenzo have presented. Domenico, unfortunately, is not with us, so we won't be able to ask him further questions. But if you have any questions on the specific examples that we've heard, both from from Lucas and Lorenzo, please raise your hand. Do we have over here at the front? Starting from here, and then you.
Hello, real inspirational examples. Thank you for sharing. So I'm representing a financial institution, microfinance financial institution in Bulgaria. And actually I have a question to Lorenzo because this is a model that I would like to see in each client's business. Like for micro and small enterprises, this is really crucial. And I see in our clients that they think that sustainable solutions are expensive to be introduced. So I really would like to hear from you and from your perspective. So is it so expensive? Is it worth to do such investments in sustainable production? And maybe you have gained more clients because of these investments or not. Maybe the investment is repaid through your savings from electricity or something. Just could you explain more? Thank you.
Great question. Thanks, Martina.
Thank you a lot for the question because it's a very good point of start. So yes, the investment of the sustainable part and sustainable machinery we have paid in a part from ourselves, but there are a lot of part of money from United Commission that can be saved and can be used for this particular investment, in particular for Industry 4.0, that you can save in advance for do this particular investment. I think that we should be entering in the idea that sustainable it's not a cost but it's an investment. In fact, for us, was in this way. We had started, when we start with the cooperatives, point by point, every machinery to more sustainable possible for arrive to produce sustainable products. This is the goal, because the final customer at now absolutely want to buy the sustainable product. And if you can do it, you are most competitive and you can be a good client for the others. This is the goal. It's a cost, sure, but it's a cost for at the start that you can arrive a good change and an investment on the long time.
Quizás antes de pasar a la siguiente.
Before we move on to the next question, maybe it would be good to hear from Lucas and get his answer to that question, because as a heavy industry, what about CO2 emissions, about energy costs? How have they affected your plans? How do you see it? Well, we really had a difficult time. We've been in difficulties with the crisis. In our sector, if compared to ceramics manufactured, I would say that we're energy intensive and government subsidies and grants to electro-intensive companies to be able to pass on costs to your customers. We're in the automotive business, really. That's industry. It's all about price now. Well, the difficulties that we've had to become more sustainable in our process are, well, they're huge difficulties. But nevertheless, we keep going. For instance, in the foundry, we have a particular kiln which is working with coal, of course, and that means we have a problem with the CO2 emissions, and then products that we're importing. Then, of course, there are also fees or levies applied there. But what we're doing here in Europe is making companies delocalize, and so the CO2 emissions are taken elsewhere. I know we're not actually solving the problem, but it's all about becoming sustainable. We're making investments in technology. technology exists, but as I said, we're highly energy intensive, and that means that we have to have very long-term investment plans. Maybe 10 to 15 years would be with the payback, but maybe working together with public administrations, working with Europe, with central government, with our regional government. I think that's the way forward. It's going to be essential for us to be able to actually have those sustainability plans and make them work. And yes, of course, you have to do this. It's an investment that you're making. We'll have to make that. Thank you very much. Next question. My question is for Lorenzo. I'm from Cooperative. I represent workers' cooperatives. What I saw in your presentation was that capitalization was up to 180,000 euros. Was that enough, though, for the buyout? And when did the bankers actually get involved with the CFI?
Grazie per la domanda. Allora,
Thank you so much for that question. Yes, we invested 180,000 and 150,000 from Cooperative and also 50,000 from CFI. Yes, well, at the beginning, that was quite enough to buy the most important machinery. That was the first machinery for the furnace, because everything else the company took with them, and they completely emptied the actual factory. Had nothing left. They took it all. But we had to invest in a furnace, in a first furnace. But then, of course, we had to continue with further investment through Banca Etica and CFI to buy the new building. So we bought a new building, which was not being used. It was requalified rather than to build a new one, and also make an area which was not more developed in our region. And then Banca Etica helped us with a loan during the energy crisis, because we are a company that consumes a lot of gas. The cost of the gas, in order to continue producing for our customers, because they still needed our ceramics. Well, at the end of the day, we had to pay this. So it was partly, we managed to put this into the price, because our customers were prepared to pay the higher price. But part of that we had to pay through a coordination between Coopfund and Banca Etica, and they'd set up a fund for the payment of interest for those companies that needed liquidity in order to cover their bills.
Right here.
Yes, thank you. Maybe a question for both of you. I think I'm going to put the question in Italian, because so that we use a bit of Italian. So the question would be, quanto important?
So the question is, how important is it to be in the kind of high level product? If you have customers that are important customers with high purchasing power. You say you make your ceramics for Dolce & Gabbana as well. So you have a higher margin, I suppose, if your customers are at a higher level. What about technological innovation? How important is it to have technological innovation, and to what extent is it important to follow the green economy, both for a smaller company and for a bigger company? Well, for us it has been vital. We had these types of customers because, especially first during the pandemic, our customers in the United States, despite the fact that their businesses were completely closed, but because of their online sales, they did have sales, and then their customers were high-level customers, and they were at home, so they could buy certain products. During the energy crisis, the same was true, because we achieved to increase 30% of the price of our product, which is a lot, but customers were prepared to pay this because then they could pass this on to the market. Unfortunately, others, our competitors, had customers who didn't have this purchasing power. So for us, it's been really important to have customers with high purchasing power.
Bueno, nosotros por
We, because of the types of products that we have, initially we didn't do any development, we didn't do any innovation. But over the last 5 to 6 years, we have, of course, devoted time to giving customers what other companies couldn't give them. We used to hear no, don't make that piece because it's so complicated, and we're now saying we have to make these things complicated. Anybody can do the easy stuff. We need to be able to accompany our customers as they seek more complicated pieces. And if it's an engine block, that's complex. Maybe a customer doesn't understand the manufacturing process for the product, but as we're working with the customer, we have to optimize and improve the process developing that particular product. Maybe in other sectors, the maturity periods are shorter, but it could be 2 to 3 years in our case to be able to develop that combustion engine block. So the only thing that we can offer, which is different from other foundries, other companies, is innovation. Being accompanying customers, developing new options, possibilities, geometric modifications to be able to make things work better. That accompanying factor, working with the customer, we think that's what the customer wants and needs. And that is the key difficulty there. If we don't offer something that is different, such as innovation, new processes, new materials, and we just stick to the price, well, we would end up just competing with others and not being able to beat them. We have to be able to offer customers something else than just price.
Can take one last question, maybe 2 if you are short. Okay, then you again.
Sì, grazie. Io avrei una domanda.
Thank you. I have a question for your steel mill foundry. So how did you face up to the transition, especially in the automotive sector? That is this transition which will I understand you're already developing this. How are you dealing with this? Thank you.
buena pregunta.
That is a really good question. I think the cooperative model or workers' cooperatives are good at being flexible and resilient. They have a lot of adaptation capacity. When the scandal, or the Volkswagen scandal, I'm going to call it a scandal, kicked off, about 78% of the engine blocks that were the 40 kilos ones that we're doing for their vehicles in Spain. 60 to 70% of all of the vehicles that were being sold at the time were diesel vehicles, and because of that scandal, that was 2018. Diesel sales just disappeared. They fell off. They're highly polluting. They're even more polluting. Engines aren't going to keep going. So for the last 4 years, what we've done has been to undertake a transition towards industrial applications. That means the agricultural sector, the heavy machinery sector, those engines that require heavier applications, and not just light vehicles. That we've turned our attention there, and over the last 4 years, we've invested in that segment, and we've switched our own portfolio towards those products, and we are now going back to the road business, mainly trucks, road haulage. This is actually a captive market. They have the development, the process, and the assembly there of the products there. in the trucks, and we're trying to show them that we can develop the products working with those potential customers. But it's a very competitive world, and it's very difficult to get into that world. And I do think we have a future. And the social economy, the fact that we are workers' cooperatives, actually that has allowed us to innovate in business models and work models. Now there's an industrial sector crisis for combustion engines, and we've just adapted our production models. They would have been unheard of years ago. So the capability to adapt, the social innovation component, it's so much easier to do this in a cooperative, even though we are in an industrial cooperative with 700, 800 workers. The difficulty is how do you manage a cooperative with 700 cooperatives? That is actually our biggest difficulty. We've been talking about smaller, 15, 20, 50 worker cooperatives, but as soon as you actually hit a certain size, a big size, the whole process gets much more complex. Thank you very much.
Put an end to this session here. I think it's been really interesting to hear real life case studies of worker buyouts and the successes and the opportunities that it has brought. So thank you very much to Lucas, to Lorenzo, and also to Domenico, who sent his testimony. Can I ask a big round of applause for our speakers? Yeah. So I hope you are all fully energized for the last just about 2 hours, a tiny bit more than 2 hours of discussions that we're going to be having here on stage until the end of the event. We're going to be continuing our section on workers' buyout. We've heard this morning the perspective from the public sector, from the public institutions. Then we saw some examples and case studies of companies who have benefited from these possibilities. And then, so now we're going to be looking, first of all, at the cooperative movement, and then move to the financial institutions perspective. And then we'll have some closing words to summarize everything that we have been discussing in the past couple of days. So in terms of logistics, you know the drill. Interpretation is available, and you'll be able to also post your questions in Spanish, in French, or in Italian if you so wish to do. So let's get started. Let me start by introducing the speakers that will join me on stage for this session, in which we are going to be zooming in into the work that cooperative movement does. So I would like to start by welcoming on stage the project coordinator at COCETA, the Spanish Confederation of Worker Cooperatives, Pedro Blázquez. Welcome, bienvenido. Por aquí, por favor. Also with us is the development director of SCOP, the National Confederation of Cooperatives in France, Myriam Yilmaz. Welcome. Merci, merci. Then also with us is the industry sector manager of Legacoop Produzione e Servizi, Francesca Montalti. Welcome. Yeah. And joining us as well is the head of policy at the Slovenian Institute for Economic Democracy, Costa Marco Juri. Welcome. Over here, Costa, thank you. So as we already did in the previous sessions, we're going to start with some presentations, speeches, setting the scene. You all have up to 10 minutes, and then we will move into the discussion. We will, of course, dedicate time for questions from your side. So anything that sparks your curiosity, please write it down, and we will try to take as many questions as possible. Let's get started with Pedro. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Is better for your understanding. Bueno, lo primero.
The first thing I want to do is thank FICOMPAS for inviting us to deal with this such important issue, which is the transition of those companies to workers when they are going to be closing, especially into the form of a cooperative. It's difficult to say anything new at this point in the afternoon. So much has been said about so many options. I could talk about the result of the match yesterday, Real Madrid match. I've talked about that with Alessandro. But let's not talk about the Real Madrid result last night, I think. Let's talk about workers' cooperatives, far better subject for today. So what I want to do with my presentation is to give you insight into the workers' cooperative in Spain that have been recovered. Really, it's more the businesses that have been able to go forward thanks to their transformation into a cooperative. I have some slides for you, and I'm going to talk to you first of all about cooperatives as a movement in Spain, first of all, and then I'll talk about how we are involved in turning around companies. And then I'm going to talk about cooperatives and the formats themselves, and about strategic lines that we're working on as a confederation to see if we can help with these transformation processes. Let's see how this. Can you help me with see how this works? Got it working? Yes. No, I'm going backwards. So you may not know who we are, but let me explain. We, as a confederation, represent the workers' cooperatives in Spain. We promote business projects that are sustainable, where the principles of equality, democracy and solidarity and self-management are pillars. And pillars of those cooperatives. What we're doing by promoting these models is to get better social cohesion, better jobs, better quality jobs, and ensure there is sustainable development in the territories in Spain. You can see on the screen some of the statistical data for COSETA, our confederation. Over recent years, we have represented more than 19,000 worker cooperatives. That is equal to 319,000 jobs. We estimate now that we represent about 5% of Spain's GDP. And as you can also see on that slide, our companies have equal employment for men and women. We estimate that about 100 businesses are recovered or turned around thanks to their conversion into workers' cooperatives every year. The problem here in Spain is we're always missing real data, official data. This data has come in through the consultations processes with our territorial organizations. So what is the framework that governs cooperatives here in Spain? You've already heard today that for businesses to be transferred to workers, first of all, there has to be a risk of closure of the company. It has to be in crisis for whatever reason that might be. Sometimes the business owner might think that the company is no longer profitable and decides to close it. That's one reason. But of course, there also needs to be a need for generational renewal, succession. We all know how weak our industrial or economic fabric is. There are high possibilities of businesses closing down. There are lots of needs. There's a lack of succession options there. All the companies are aging. There is a huge risk there. And then, of course, there's the motivation that needs to exist to create those new businesses. So if we have those companies that may close down and we have no new generations to take over the businesses, why aren't there more cases of conversion into cooperatives? And I would say one of the main reasons is the lack of information in Spain about this kind of recovery process for a business. There is a lack of information in bankruptcy and insolvency proceedings. Even trade unions, the key player here, don't have that information, and mainly they're not aware of the possibilities that cooperatives offer. Information, I think, is the watershed moment that will really make a difference, and it will, if there is more information, that will help people to jump in and try and recover the business through cooperatives. And then we of course need a legal framework. Recently, we've been working under the bankruptcy law. We didn't have the same sort of framework they have in Italy, but at least we have Article 219 in the bankruptcy law, which entitles workers with a preferential right to ensure there's business continuity. And then financing. It's important for capitalization of unemployment without workers becoming redundant. So if there's a continuity in the bankruptcy proceeding, that means that the workers can decide to use their unemployment benefits to put in as capital in the company. So what the why? Why would you turn a company into a cooperative? Well, we've heard this morning about all of the principles and values that are the pillars of cooperativism. If there is more business activity, there will be a benefit, an advantage for the territory. The delocalization will not be a must, as you've heard this morning, and the projects themselves will be sustainable. There will be democratic participation and management by the worker partners. There will be social and economic benefit too, as we heard from the representative from the Basque government, and there will be savings for the public coffers. So if and of course if businesses are closed down, there will be less tax collected, and if you can create these businesses, then these people will be able to actually continue in employment. There was a colleague who asked about whether it's enough when you're looking at the unemployment benefit, that capitalization. It's not enough, but it is useful. So to end, I want to show you the strategic lines in case you would like to copy them. This is how to keep employment through worker cooperatives. And these have given us good outcomes. There are three key leans. They are the ones for workers, and then for transformation, and there's also for the third parties. First of all, those actions aimed at workers. Over recent years, what we have done in Cosetta has been to focus everything that we are doing on communication, more awareness raising, and trying to disseminate widely the possibilities offered as a tool to ensure this business continuity. There's a campaign that was called Reinvent and Coop, and it was an attractive campaign, and it did have quite a lot of media impact. We also have to be able to adapt in our organizations to all of the possibilities that might arise in our cooperatives that we represent. ANEL, for instance, which is the Navarre organization, which is one of our members, probably was very different from the smaller agents there. A lot of people don't know what the cooperative is. They don't know how it is managed as a business. They don't even know if it exists in terms of an enterprise, and more than anything else, they have no idea about the governance structure, and that's fundamental. They don't know how to follow through that participative process to be able to bring on board all of those workers as partners in the cooperative. And of course, I always say, and I advocate this, that the European funds are important to be able to bring in funds into ANEL and Cosetta and the Confederation Catalonia, so that they have the capability to reskill the people and retrain the people who come to our offices. That's so fundamental. Then the support elements for the process. We've mainly focused on the regulatory framework. We have made recommendations to our politicians through social dialogue, etc., etc. This is an example of the WINS project. Our colleagues here were also partners there. We're also seeking financing for these processes, and that's why I'm here today. I'm seeking that money to see if we can actually help with business recoveries. And then we have actions that we are taking that are targeted at third parties. We believe it is so important to link up all of the people and parties engaged in the process, trade unions, the business and employees association, the cooperatives, the advisors, anybody who is involved, of course the public administrations, the credit sector, they have to be brought together in these processes. I brought a project today. I don't know whether DG Employment would remember. There was the Saving Jobs project. It's up here on the screen. It was a few years back, but I think it's still valid today if you would like to consult that action. And just to finish off, I would say that from a personal perspective, there is still a long way to go with these business recovery processes. And honestly, I really do think that even though the numbers don't help us out, we don't have those big numbers, do we? The number of business conversions, because there are a lot of difficulties on the way. I still think our productive fabric, which is so weak, requires this. And there will be more cases. We have to be ready for them. And that's it. Thank you very much. It's, I think, over back to you.
Muchas gracias, Pedro.
Thank you very much, Pedro. I think it's so interesting to hear from one of those countries that we've talked about a lot with such a strong cooperative movement, how they have actually done it through these different lines of action. So thank you.
Now to French. Je donne la parole à Myriam Yilmaz.
Let me give the floor then to Myriam Yilmaz.
Donc, tout d'abord, merci en tout cas pour votre invitation.
Thank you for that invitation, because the way in which we develop a cooperative, I think it is also very interesting to listen to other speakers and to understand practices in this area.
Peut-être quelques chiffres clés comme tout le monde, en sachant qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui ont déjà...
Well, I think that a lot of things have already been said, so I'll simply try and focus on the most important points to give you some additional information. So, some key figures. We have over 400, 600 cooperative companies. 2/3 are cooperatives of workers, and 1/3 are cooperatives of collective work. I'm not going to talk about that because it involves different stakeholders. 89,000 jobs, and we can see that there's been a development of 21.5% growth in this sector. And we can see this as far as the development of cooperatives is concerned. 67% of these cooperatives have salaried workers and who've invested in the company and work in the company. And then 4% of employees work in a cooperative formed through transfer, takeover, transformation. And 36 in the services sector, 17 in construction, and 12% in industry. Of course, we're more present in services because you need more capital investments. And that means that at the same time, this means that we need to have an increase in funding and finance in this particular area. So when we talk about cooperatives, 61% of these companies are companies that were set up from scratch and decide to set up this kind of model. It's important to underscore this, even though the subject is a tiny bit different. These are models that are created in the ex nihilo situation, that is, people who want to set up a company and together develop a project. And that there are more and more people who want to set up their own company with other people rather than on their own. 49% have been worker buyouts, but when we talk about this in France, there are different types of takeovers, either because of a bankruptcy or a possible transfer, companies that work well and are being bought up by their company, and there's a transformation in their structure. What I'd like to say is that we work especially in the area of transformation. So I'm not going to talk about those that are running into financial trouble. Let me point out that the level of survival for these companies is 79%. If we look at the statistics across France, it's 61%. So generally, these are companies that survive than in a better way than across the board in France. So if we look at transmission of companies, is 80% of survival rate. So 9 out of 10 companies that have been bought up or bought out are still active 5 years later. But even in the case of ex nihilo companies, their survival is also their survival rate is also quite high. Now, it has also been said this morning that in France, there are over 60,000 companies that are available, and about half of them stop their work. So this has a huge impact on employment, and this level of companies closing is going to go down, because since 2010, the closure rate is actually, unfortunately, getting worse rather than getting better because of the aging of the population. And this is true across the board in Europe. It's not just specifically related to France, especially because of life expectancy and the aging of the people working in the companies, especially the managers. So this type of transmission is something that needs to be taken more seriously. And over the next 10 years, between 250,000 and 700,000 companies that will have to be bought out, whether it's at the higher level or the lower level. Well, this is quite a challenge that we're faced with. Let us look at some other issues related to this situation in France. First of all, these are really the stakes that we're working with the company transmissions. Of course, it depends on the economic activity, but it should also be important on the actual know-how and the transfer of this know-how, these skills. It's also important in the area of the jobs which are to be transferred, but also to make sure that people stay in the area where these companies are run. If you look at the places where these cooperatives are being set up, 60% of our cooperative companies are being set up through buyout in the rural and peri-urban areas. And I think this is something you need to really focus on. This is important. These are areas where there are fewer skilled workers or professionals who could support these processes. And it is also important to make sure that population can stay in the rural areas. What we don't really look at is the indirect impact of a business closure. You talk about the direct employment, but you need to look at indirect employment, because when these companies disappear, you look at these statistics. If you talk about companies that run into difficulties because you basically want to keep the jobs, and when you look at the customers, the suppliers, and all the proximity businesses, which also are related to that business, it's indirect jobs, but of course the stakes are exactly the same. So even in the case of direct employment, you need to have a focus on indirect employment and the effects of a possible closure. So in the case of a workers' buyout, in France, studies show that the survival rate of companies bought by the workers is much longer because they understand the company, they have the right skills, they know their customers, they know the market, and that certainly makes it possible for the lifespan of a company to be longer. But of course, there are certain obstacles, and it should be considered as one option amongst others. This has already been said, but lack of information is definitely one of the reasons why this initiative is not taken. And also access to funding and access to guidance. But if you want to set up an ex nihilo company, well, you have access to a lot of additional support. You've got accountants who want to attract future customers in that way, and therefore give free of charge guidance, or you have the chambers of professionals or other types of chambers which give advice to companies or to those people that want to set up a business. That's for the ex nihilo ones, but if you want to create a cooperative, well, none of this is true. And they don't have these possible advantages. And it's also the lack of knowledge, lack of capacity, that is to mobilize capital, that is for the salaried workers, and for the managers. When they're being bought out by the customers, it's almost as if the managers feel that they're failing their business, and feel that they don't need any intermediaries for support. So once we've looked at this, and let me insist on these two elements, we need to make people aware of the possible workers' buyout. And this could be done in different ways, through the people, the accountants, through the lawyers, whether it's business companies that are specialized in mergers. They need to be there to stand by the side of the workers who are interested in a buyout. Then communication is important. To look at the examples that actually work. I mean, what we heard this morning are examples that have succeeded, and therefore it's not a coincidence that we spoke about them. We had a radio broadcast for over 3 years now. We spent 500,000 euros on communication, on advertising through specialized journals, through radio, because you need to create the conditions to integrate this in the economic environment. And you need, if you can mobilize resources, there is necessary to also get other type of support.
I just have 30 seconds. Yes, if I could, just a second, if it finishes. We've talked a lot about the network of cooperative enterprises, and I think the support process is so important, but we don't tend to support all of those projects that are actually failing. You see, there is a whole validation diagnosis process involved in this, and one thing we don't often assess is perhaps the business capability of the workers. They aren't the managers necessarily, are they? It's not the workers that have the managerial strategy. They have, perhaps it's the competitive and industrial vision that are missing, and those are the elements I think that we need to concentrate on, because so we also have to assess that business capability and assure that that's why these cooperative movements can keep going. Thank you.
I'm trying to be as generous as possible with the time. We have a very tight agenda to the very end, so I would ask everyone to stick to the 10 minutes timing. From France now, we move to Italy. Francesca, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. Grazie per questo invito perché
Thank you so much for this invitation, because it's always a really good opportunity to have an exchange of experiences. The Italian situation is well known because of the Marcora law. A lot of work is actually behind this Marcora law, but we're learning a lot from our colleagues from France and from Spain, and especially their experiences in the field. Just a couple of comments as how we are organized within the cooperative movement in Italy. I will give you some input on this. This morning, we've been able to, thanks to the colleagues, we've been able to fully understand the conditions which make it possible for workers' buyout to take place in Italy. We have a legal framework, institutional framework, which makes this possible. We also use public resources, national public resources, to fund the initiatives of the workers, and that is only in the case of crises, of companies running into trouble. So we're successful, especially in the business regeneration in case of company crisis. But then the cooperative involvement, the central role of the Italian cooperative system. We're talking about associations, about cooperative financial instruments, and about cooperative enterprises involved in the workers' buyouts as partners, as supporters. So this is an ecosystem favorable to workers' buyout. Lega Coop. Why are we involved in WBOs? We are actually the largest cooperative organization in Italy, covering employment, industry, and services. So because 70% of our WBOs work in the industrial sector, so we're specialized in the industrial sector of small and medium-sized companies, this organization coordinates the activities because we have in Lega Coop, we're organized across the country. So the national organization organizes the initiatives at regional level, and they work in a kind of network. Now, how do we work? Let me just repeat a few things that have already been said. But before when we start intervening, well, before that, a huge investment has been made in the promotion phase. It was said by our French colleague, we spend a lot of time, very much at the limit of our possibilities, for pre-feasibility analyses. And we do this for stakeholders, the stakeholders who need to be involved, the trade unions. In 2021, we signed an agreement to promote the development of workers' buyout at national level. We do this with managers, with employers' organizations, with the universities, etc. So apart from promotion, we prepare a lot of communication. We don't organize campaigns, but looking at what they've done in France, we might think about publicity campaigns. We're often in the media, in the papers, and sometimes also on television, where nice stories are being told about the courage of the workers. And then we carry out the classical advocacy activities. for our regional authorities, at national level, because the regulations are permanently changing in Europe as well. So through our organization SECOP, so the operational model can be seen here. According to this, we have 4 phases, 4 preliminary phases. The first one is the pre-feasibility analyses. So we're generally being contacted by groups of workers through the trade unions, not so much through, sometimes possibly through suppliers or you know, there are different ways in which they approach us. So we carry out a pre-feasibility analysis. So there, the main issue is actually the motivation of the workers. So what we do is to understand if the people are simply just desperate, which would be normal, of course, in the case of a crisis, or they have this will and are prepared to get involved in a collective entrepreneurial initiative. Then, of course, we need to look at the level of professionality and to see if the business can actually continue and if it's feasible. Then we look at the reasons for this crisis, because basically if there's a market crisis, well, then it's much harder for us to intervene. And at the very start, we make a very rough estimate of the financial needs of the project, because this could be an obstacle for the initiative. At the end of phase 1, well, we have a kind of gate, and we decide whether we continue or whether we need to stop here. In most cases, we don't continue. So we do a lot of preliminary work and then possibly not continue with the workers because the minimum conditions are not met. Phase 2 is the phase where we look at the business plan. The business plan definition, which we do with our financial experts, CFI, and we also try to look at the ways in which the business model may have to change, whether certain business lines need to be interrupted to make sure that there's long-term sustainability for the entire project. And then we move on to phase 3. In phase 3, we set up this cooperative. And the group of workers are helped and supported for the buying of this company. The main role is generally played by the trade unions, because what we do is we design companies or businesses that don't entirely correspond to the original company. So sometimes we have trouble with the management aspects because the workers need to be reskilled or they need to find different types of activities or jobs. And then the judges play an important role too, the courts. In Italy, however, we have a preferential right, as we talked about this morning, and that helps. And then phase 4, that is really the longest phase and the most important one. Together with the workers, we build the cooperative business. Training, information, coaching, and also we take part in the board meetings or the council meetings of the company. And we also help in the development of this company, and then networking, which is what I mentioned before. Now, how do we do this? through cooperation between cooperatives. So that doesn't just generate business. It helps workers to understand that there are other cooperatives that are working in the way in which they have developed. And the process is not always a linear process, because sometimes we need to find new solutions, especially this new initiative from Puglia. We needed to create a new market, because there's a European legal framework which has forced certain products off the market. So this company needs to make new products. We developed new ideas through regional guarantees, financial guarantees, which we hadn't actually ever used, and crowdfunding campaigns. This is, of course, very similar to what our colleagues have already discussed. I just want to make one brief mention of developing new financial instruments, which would help us to fund larger-sized companies. With the Marcora law, this is not possible at the moment, but capital-intensive industries, in the case of foundries or the steel industry, you need large amounts of money. So this, of course, we don't work on the association of companies, so what we need to start doing is to work in this particular area. Thank you.
Grazie, Francesca. I like this metaphor of the orchestra, as we just saw. So now we're moving from one neighbor to the other. So from Italy, now we move to Slovenia. So Costa, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you everyone, and especially to the FICOMPAS team for organizing this very, very important meeting. Since the Slovenian experience has been really well explained by the State Secretary Igor Feketija, and since I do not represent a members organization, I'm going to zoom out a bit and focus on the prospects and possibilities of scaling up employee ownership at the EU level, and specifically to begin with, I would like to draw your attention to an enormous yet a bit underappreciated, in my opinion, challenge that the EU is currently facing, and that is the challenge of ownership succession in businesses. Now, according to the numbers provided by the European Commission, there are around 450,000 businesses that undergo a business transfer every year. These processes affect around 2 million workers, and in 1/3 of the cases, we observe that the transfers are unsuccessful. Now, this topic hasn't been completely ignored, nor at the EU level, nor at the national level. It is widely considered that preserving jobs is a much more effective job creation policy than promoting the creation of new businesses, so there has been some attention to this topic. But most efforts so far have focused on ensuring that transfers are being carried out, regardless of what transfers are being carried out. So we haven't really paid attention to who are the owners, the new owners of the businesses that are going through a succession problem. And in my opinion, this is a mistake and something that needs to be addressed, because the question of ownership is central to some of the major challenges that the European Union is currently facing. Here are just some examples. Lately, there's a lot of talk about strategic autonomy, security, and competitiveness, and all of these, wide topics, are really pertinent to the question of ownership, or better, ownership is really central to every one of these topics. For instance, how can we have strategic autonomy if our companies are being bought by foreign-based private equity funds. The same goes for security, for instance, with data and money flowing abroad. And also, how can we have competitiveness if the startups and scale-ups that we help, being established and help grow then end up leaving the European Union? So there needs to be a serious discussion about ownership that currently we do not see, but hopefully we're moving towards this direction. So when we look at the succession options that are available to business owners, we see that there's, for instance, family succession, which is, of course, a great way of preserving business continuity and the founder's legacy. So it is not a surprise that it is by far, at least from the studies that I've seen and some studies that we've carried out in Slovenia, the preferred options by business owners. But there is a discrepancy between the expectations of the business owners and what's actually feasible, because we see that younger generations tend to be less and less interested in taking over family businesses. And for instance, there was a study carried out in Slovenia that showed that just around 10% of children are interested in taking over a family business, compared to the fact that more than half of owners see this as the preferred option. Then there are two other alternatives, which are not always feasible for businesses, because these other actors might not be interested in selling even sound businesses, because they're just not enough of a good investment. But selling to a competitor or to an investment fund, such as a private equity fund, can be a good choice for owners that really want to get a high offer. But they often are a threat to business continuity. In the case of strategic buyers coming in, we can see that they like to take the customers list, the best performing workers, and then they might simply shut down the business. In the case of private equity firms, there's also a lot of change in how the business works that's involved in this, and there are also questionable social repercussions. And both of these alternatives to family succession do not ensure that the business will stay committed to its local community, and it will stay there. And that is, of course, a great problem. Then again, I would like to point to the fact that these options are a threat to strategic autonomy, security to a certain extent. There's also a question of whether these actors will be as good as, let's say, family owners or local owners when it comes to being constructive in social dialogue and being open to participating to collective bargaining. So it is really important to consider who is going to take over European businesses. Now, there is an alternative, and that's called employee ownership. We've heard a lot about that in the previous speeches, of course. There are many social and economic multipliers associated with it that I will not dive into. It anchors ownership locally and is a good way of preserving the founder's legacy and ensuring business continuity. However, there is the problem of financing, as pointed out by my colleagues. Currently, especially when we talk about succession and profitable businesses, there aren't a lot of mechanisms that successfully address the issue of financing, if we look at the EU context. But abroad, there are some tools that are proving to be really, really effective when it comes to just the underlying mechanism that basically allows for the transfer of ownership to the employees to happen. And some great examples are the employee stock ownership plans in the US. There are more than 6,000 SMEs that are majority owned by an ESOP, employing around 2.5 million workers. Now, the whole number of ESOPs is a bit larger, and actually, if we consider the publicly traded companies, it's 14 million workers that sort of participate, but these are sort of what we would consider truly employee-owned firms. And perhaps even more remarkable is what is going on in the UK, where employee ownership trusts have been granted legal certainty on the one hand and tax incentives for business owners on the other. And today, in 2023 and 2024, they are the second most popular tool for succession right after family succession. So that is quite a remarkable uptake. Here are some also numbers that I provided from the UK, which actually are a bit outdated. And from what I know, in 2023, there were around 1,500 businesses. And according to some estimates, although there isn't a register, so it's a bit hard to track, we reached the 2,000 threshold recently. So it's really an exponential growth. And the key characteristics that make this model special is the presence of a separate legal entity. In this case, it's a trust, but in the case of the European ESOP developed by the Institute, as illustrated by the State Secretary, is a worker cooperative. So it is a tool that we can use to build cooperative and democratic ownership. But then crucial to the success of this model is the financial leverage, which allows all workers to participate. We've also heard that a lot of worker buyouts in profitable companies concentrate in the service industry where workers can actually chip in. But this is not ideal, of course, because for the sake of inclusivity, it is good to allow everyone to participate in business ownership. And with financial leverage, we can achieve that because the available cash flow of the operating company is used to finance the buyout. And to conclude, there is a dire need, I think. We've heard great stories from Italy, for instance, France and Spain. But from what I understand, there are some difficulties in addressing the succession problem, which is very, very much present in all of these countries. So we need, I think, a coordinated effort at the European level, where also EU institutions could take a leadership position to ensure that there are some tools available that are especially tailored for addressing this question. We need, among other things, legal certainty, so a vehicle that will be socially responsible, that will ensure market viability of the business and provide an effective incentive structure, but also prevent misuse. We've paid a lot of attention to that in Slovenia. Perhaps we could think about a European employee ownership framework for allowing that, so that all the countries get a blueprint where they could work with. Of course, we need to tax incentivize owners that are willing to take this step. Tax incentives have proven a game changer in the Anglo-Saxon world in scaling up employee ownership and make the offer of the employees more competitive. Financial mechanisms, of course, have an important role in encouraging the commercial banks to step in. They've done this in the US, also with some favorable tax treatment on interest gained through ESOP loans. And then the commercial sector has sort of developed on its own. And last but not least, basically the entities that are supporting businesses in transferring ownership to employees must be supported as well. They play a crucial role in awareness raising, but also providing technical expertise and education. And so we must support them to ensure that scale-up is achieved. And just to conclude, I wanted to conclude with a quote by Mario Draghi, who in the competitiveness report said that the European approach means that competitiveness goes hand in hand with social inclusion. I think workers' buyouts show us a way forward that is in line with the statement and the current vision and agenda of the EU. So I would really encourage everyone who can contribute to change to do so and support employee buyouts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Costa. And I think this also connects very nicely with also what Diana mentioned this morning in the opening statements on, sorry if I'm not accurately phrasing you, but on the need of European frameworks and more cooperation from this point of view. And maybe before giving the floor to the audience for their questions, this is something that I would also like the other panelists to reflect on. How do you think, what can the cooperative movement bring at EU level in order to respond to the challenges that have been mentioning, such as competitiveness, social exclusion, of course? Where do you think that we can make a difference, and where do you think there's room for more cooperation from this point of view? Who would like to Mariam,
Il me semble que sur la...
I think that with regard to companies that are being bought over by workers, I think the cooperative formats, they're quite clearly are the way forward, because what they can do, they can keep the know-how, and then they can keep the jobs and keep people in the area. I think public support is needed, and then you also need a legislative framework to really help you out when there are companies running into difficulties. You can find this as a legal option. In Italy, we've heard that there is a law that actually promotes the development of this type of enterprise with all of the precautions. You've been talking about the due diligence there, that you have to check on the viability and the ability of the people taking over. And the second element, of course, is to give us the financing we need to support them, because I think the problems at the end of the day are the same for the business, or even if they are workers' buyouts, especially when you're talking about business already in difficulties. Thank you. Berta, would you like to answer that question? I would take it as a question about what cooperatives can offer Europe, and I've said this many times before, and others have said it. If you look at the transformation of businesses into workers' cooperatives, it might sound not quite right, but I think the problem is the people look at it, and the Commission looks at it in terms of money, at how much spending you can save, etc. But it's not just like that. If there is business continuity, there will be a saving, because you won't have to spend on unemployment benefit for people who are unemployed. At the end of the day, the tax collector will be the same. But of course, a company that goes under will stop paying tax. So you need to do some really in-depth analyses of the reduction in spending and tax to get that really momentum for the cooperative movement through transformation of businesses. Would you like to add something?
Sì, volevo dire che sicuramente.
Yes, I think it was already mentioned this morning. Diana talked about this. But we need to look at reindustrialization of Europe. I think it was already said by the previous speakers. The possibility of having sovereignty to stay in Europe and to do our business in Europe. I think this is an important element at the moment. That is also to convince the institutions, the European institutions, that it is important to invest in a framework that supports all our initiatives. And to come back to what Pedro said earlier on, in the Italian case, it is also good for the company for the state to promote workers' buyouts, because the resources that are going to be used to pay the social amortizations, that's money that is lost. Rather than investing in a workers' buyout, I think in the end of the day, the whole investment is much more efficient for a workers' buyout. The returns are higher and the companies have longer lifespans, because what France said is true for Italy too. The mortality rate, so to speak, is very low. So we need to work on this as well.
No, just perhaps it's almost as if it's a bit weird that we're still justifying supporting this model, given how successful it is almost on every front, with the fiscal multipliers, the environmental and social impact. Perhaps one thing that could be added to all the great stuff that has been already said is it is a tool for promoting cohesion policy as well. It is a way for countries that are not able to provide perhaps very competitive salaries to reward workers in a different way by giving them a stake in the company and sort of preventing brain drain and the depopulation of more rural areas or smaller urban centers. So perhaps that's my 2 cents.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions from the audience? I know you have one. Anyone else? Okay, then start with you and then with you.
Sí, buenas.
Hello, my question is for Francesca. We're an organization working in a very similar way to businesses, enterprises. It's actually a legal question. Let me see if you can answer it from the Italian perspective. We started to work, as you said, with companies in crisis. The problem was that very few processes ended up being successful. So we have focused all the work we've done on that generational change that Costa was talking about. So we've gone to businesses that are actually healthy, and we've shifted the generational takeover towards the workers. And in Italy, as you were explaining, it's possible, isn't it, if you actually became a cooperative? I'm talking about companies that are not in crisis. Could it be bought out by the workers without having to change the company into a cooperative? So the company would still be the same company vis-à-vis its customers and the outside world, really.
Francesca, il microfono.
Dal punto di vista
Well, from the legal point of view, yes, this is possible. We have actually done a few of these operations, but just really few, because the true issue is how do we capitalize the business. In the case of business crises, company, for instance, the use of the unemployment benefit, which is being used as capital for the buying of the company, which is a new company in that case. And workers, to be able to use their unemployment benefit, they need to be made redundant. They need to be fired. So why can't we actually deal with this generational change? Because workers simply don't have those resources available in order to capitalize on the company and then continue this business. We've actually started initiatives with our government. We've started to ask to proceed with advocacy, especially from the tax side, proposals from a tax point of view, either in favor of the workers or in favor of the seller, so to speak. In certain cases, we have been able to do this because this was a really healthy business, and workers could put in their own money, their own capital, and use money loans from the bank. But that, of course, would be quite simple, much more simple. We need different instruments in Italy because if not, we certainly cannot make these processes happen. Thank you.
Here.
Thank you. I was wondering, because I also work in a representative of the cooperative sector in Portugal, I was wondering how you, being part of the cooperative or social sector, start to being a coordinator in workers' buyouts, since the root of the cause is starts in a company that's not in the cooperative sector. So I was wondering if, let's say, my organization were to start being a coordinator organization of workers' buyouts and promoting workers' buyouts in Portugal, how would we do the step before the previous analysis, the analysis of the business plan, and to know what company is in difficulties, is in a succession problem, is in a crisis, and that can have the possibility to talk with the workers that maybe are not informed. We have talked about information is a thing that probably leads to less workers' buyouts. I think it would be even more of a problem if we were to start in a country that hasn't got that infrastructure and knowledge already built in. So I was wondering how, from the perspective of the cooperative sector, can you reach something that is out of the cooperative sector before the worker buyout actually happens?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, who would like to take the question? Myriam?
Je pense qu'il faut.
I think you have to make a distinction between the transfer and also the buyout or the takeover of a company in difficulties. I mean, I can perhaps share some similar experiences. It's the legal administrators or the insolvency people or the accountants or the lawyers that would then decide on that cooperative model as the right one and identify the people to support them. That's the work that they would do, because we couldn't do that because we are also entrepreneurs. When it's transfer, it's a bit different, because information and awareness raising, well, that has to be with the managers. At some point, they have to understand that they will be passing on the baton, and they may do it too late, I think, and that would actually make them more sensitive. So I think a manager should understand that if things aren't going well, they should be careful. They have to about confidentiality, because it's the goodwill that's at stake there. Of course, the customers, if they hear what's happening, might go off and find a new supplier. So there must be this duty of confidentiality. So it would be this could come from the managers, or it could come from the board. So there are the awareness raising activities are very important. But this is all part of the landscape of professionals that would then identify the best solution that is the right one. And dialogue is often with the managers. We might also do some pre-diagnosis work, some pre-assessment there, and working with them. That is part of the commercial work we do, restructuring it towards the movement. Thank you.
So, Pedro? Okay, then maybe I could take one last question. Do we have anybody? No? All right, then maybe to just finish up, maybe if there is one final message that you would want the audience to take with them after this discussion, maybe we can do a little final round. We could start with you, maybe Costa?
Does it work? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps one thing that I would like to draw everyone's attention to is that what we are noticing is that a lot of countries within the EU are thinking about employee ownership as a succession tool and are trying to figure out what the best way to make it work is. We've been in touch with representatives of the Danish government who are working on a legislation that would be quite similar to the Slovenian one. I know in Spain there's some interest in this. Ireland is thinking about it as well, inspired by the UK experience. And so what we figured out with is it would be good to coordinate more and have a stronger voice by reaching to the European Union together and really have a set of demands or proposals that we can coalesce around. So that's my encouragement to everyone involved.
Io volevo dire che l'ho già detto prima, c'è bisogno di.
Yes, I already said this, but we need collective action, collective effort. One thing I didn't say earlier on, we're talking about Europe, European level. We need more integration at all levels in all the countries that are interested, even in the more efficient use of the funds at European level, regional level, national level. Very often they don't seem to speak to each other. So when you want to develop the initiative, I understand that we need to be consistent That is not just to define a general structure, but to also a consistency between the different instruments that we use so that we are more efficient.
I would add to that something that we've talked about a lot is the need to support these workers' buyouts to be able to think about new needs. And I think the current support from the ESF is very helpful. These subsidies, but they need to think about financing moving forward, perhaps bringing in new options. In France, we understand that there would be a transition that would need to be undertaken before being transformed to a cooperative. So you need more dynamic triggers there to make you think long and hard, like brainstorming, because the reality that we have in our country is very different. North, south, west, east, we have our idiosyncrasies. And if you look at the European scale, well, you've got even more. You have to identify those peculiarities. I would simply say, to add to what has been said by my fellow panelists, that for me it's important, and I would say this as an idea, so that you can continue working in this direction, that you have to analyze the impact of transformations. What do they generate? We can say it, we can try and convey that message to you, we can communicate that impact, but if there are no data, if there is no real evidence of what these business recovery processes can achieve, people will not invest in them. And of course, to conclude, and following up on that question that was asked by the colleague from Portugal, what you have said, well, we have that here too. Even though we do have this background, this track record, it's hard to get to this point. There needs to be a lot of investment in awareness raising. It is a duty that we have. As the representative from Euskadi said, everybody needs to know what possibilities are offered by workers' cooperatives. Thank you.
And with these final messages, we can wrap up this conversation. Thanks to Pedro, to Miriam, to Francesca, and to Costa for, I think, what's been a very insightful conversation. Here's a big round of applause to them. Thanks a lot. And now we're moving to the last one of the discussions that we're going to be having in the event today, in which we are going to zoom in to the perspective of the financial institutions. So last but definitely not the least. So I would like to start, thanks, muchas gracias, by introducing once again, one by one, the colleagues who will join me here on stage. I would like to start by welcoming the CEO of COP57, or COP57, I guess, in Catalan, Raimon Gaziot Ballbé. Welcome. Welcome. Over here. Also with us is the advocacy specialist at the General Direction Staff of Banca Etica in Italy, Francesco Gentili. Welcome. Joining us also is the Head of Product Development at Microbank, Toni Casanovas. So, over here. And last but not least, joining us is also the Director for Investment at Socoden in France, Aurélien Hirault. Welcome. Bienvenue, Paris. Merci. So in order to get us started, I would like to give the floor to Raimon. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes. Voy a hablar en español.
I'll be speaking in Spanish because my English really isn't good enough, and I really don't think I would be able to accurately explain what I want to explain to you if I used English. So this is I've got through the first slide, so that's a great success. So let me explain what Co-op 57 is. We are an ethical and solidarity-based financial services cooperative. We always say we're not a bank and we're not a credit cooperative. We are financial services cooperative, and our goal is to bring in people's savings and channel those savings to ethical and solidarity-based purposes. We don't have customers, we have partners, we have members. And so the capital that we harness, as well as the entities that we fund, are also part of the cooperative. So we have a democratic management process. Our goal is to promote the social and economic transformation of the country through the practices and principles of ethical and solidarity-based cooperatives. I'm not sure. I haven't been able to actually translate into English these little circles here, but it's territorial belonging, transparency, democracy, community dimension, intercooperation, solidarity, sustainability, and equity. Those are the pillars or principles of COP 57. We'll have been running for 30 years this year. We were created in 1995, and we're an example, actually, of workers' buyouts processes. So where did we start up? The origins are in the struggle of the workers in a company crisis, which was the Bruguera, a publishing company, one of the big ones in Spain. And there's a poster there you can see of the workers' struggle there. And this was very meaningful, actually, for Spaniards because it was a publishing house that published all sorts of books, fiction, also essays, but also lots of comics. And you can see there some of the main characters from the comics that have been part of Spaniards' lives. So in the 1980s, this publishing house entered a crisis. The company took a long time to become bankrupt. There were a lot of attempts to turn the company into a cooperative that failed. But one group of workers, in the end, what that group decided to do was to pool part of their own unemployment benefits, rather their compensation for being made redundant, and they decided to put it all together for cooperative, for self-management. A lot of the cooperatives were set up in different areas then, graphic arts, bookshops, etc., etc. And they realized they needed to have the right financial instruments for the project, so they created Co-op 57. So those are our origins, and they have really been the pillars of our activities since then. Some figures for you. Currently, about 65 million euros in capital. These are the contributions to our capital from the members. About 46 million euros is already lent out. We have ongoing loans. We have about 5,600 people who are contributing their capital to the cooperative as cooperative members, and we are helping about 1,258 entities. They have access to our funding. Over the last 4 years, we have granted 1,342 loans. This is an important figure, not just because of the figure, the amount of money it involves, but the way we distribute this money. So more than 1,342 loans to ethical and solidarity-based entities. About half of the loans are to cooperatives. And most of those cooperatives, some of them are consumer cooperatives, there are all sorts of service cooperatives, but mainly they are workers' cooperatives. So what kind of financial tools do we have? We offer these tools as a service to our members. So we generate these tools, we adapt them in line with the needs of these entities that are members of COP57 as a cooperative. So this is a long list of what we have. We have medium and long-term investment loans that we offer. We have revolving loans or credit lines. We also have a special type of loan for cooperative housing, for investment, also for loans on premises, and then equity loans also for those members. A lot of our member cooperatives or member entities receive subsidies or grants, but unfortunately they have to spend the money that they need before they receive the grant, so they need that bridging finance. We also have developed a specific energy loan for renewable energy projects and for energy efficiency promotion projects. There are loans too that we grant for the capitalization of cooperatives or employee-owned companies. And then I'd also like to talk through a couple of case studies. These are worker buyouts. These are cooperatives I'd like to talk to you about. The first one is a school called No Patufete in Barcelona, in the Gracia neighborhood. But coincidentally, both of these examples are from 2015. They're both cooperatives. This was a previous cooperative. It was a school that had been operating for years. The owner was retiring, and there was an agreement to transfer the school to a religious order. It was a secular, non-religious school at the time, and the workers there and the families who had been taking their children to that school wanted to continue with a non-religious school, and so they decided to convert the school themselves into a cooperative. And this brings together a lot of the topics that have come up already today. It was a process that was not easy for them. They managed to do it eventually because of the ecosystem, the support ecosystem for the transformation of the business into cooperative. Because of the strong cooperative movement there were other cooperatives that also helped out. The teachers, the faculty there were highly empowered and knew that what they wanted to do. The families were also able to help. But of course, one of the risks during the whole process was that the families, the parents would decide to take their children off to another school. And they also required financing for this process. So COP57 enabled different financing facilities for them. One thing they had to do was buy the premises because the owner wanted to retire and wanted to sell off the buildings, so they had to buy the school buildings. We financed that purchase, so we did that with the public Catalan bank. There was also a loan for the treasury of the school, for the cooperative, for the members of the cooperative to put capital in. So it wasn't just about debt. There was an adequate level of capitalization. So that's why none of this was easy. It was 2015. It was a long process. Then we had COVID hitting us in 2020. And the school, of course, had to adapt to pandemic circumstances. Also, it was an old building, it was dilapidated, needed reform. There was a lot that had to be done. Also, during this time, during the process, they had to do some reform work. You probably do know that building work has shot up in price. So all of the quotes that we're getting for the work, we used to say, oh, just imagine that 10% will, it'll be 10% more than they're telling us, and it ended up being 15 or 20% more that we were budgeting. So we had to come up with a very quick financing responses than the bank could as COP57. That's one example. The second one is this one, which is Cooperative, that was set up, is a cooperative set up by the members of the workers in the municipal swimming pools in Puerto Real, which is in the south of Spain, in Cádiz. What happened here was that the concessionaire company of the municipal swimming pools stopped paying the employees. They went on strike, and the company collapsed. It went bankrupt. It, of course, gave up the concession, and what the employees decided to do was set up a cooperative to tender for the concession to manage the municipal swimming pools from the local municipal government. It was a very complex process, once again, and it was possible. Have I time? Have I time? Yes, please, if you could wrap up. Well, let me explain this case, and then I have a last remark to make, if I could. In this case, they got support from the labour law specialists, the local swimming club to help them out. This was in Seville, and also an association of technical professionals in this swimming club, which is prestigious. And so they were given technical assistance on the swimming pool, and we were able to fund the project with different types of loans. Okay, the last remark for you. Well, I had wanted to show you a type of timeline or roadmap here for workers' buyouts. And if I could just highlight a couple of points for you. The timing, the time factor is so important for you. I've shown you two case studies that have been successful. I could have told you about many more failures there, and you can actually learn more from the failures than from your success stories. And by the way, failures, we don't see them as failures because as you support, mostly when you support worker buyouts, they don't end up being successful. They require so much support, public support. Let's remember that is important. We were able to design this process. I'm saying we, but with lawyers, with economists, not just us in COP 57. But we did this because we learned from those failures. And the funding, the financing is so important, but without all of the initial phases before that, you don't get to the funding. And in those initial phases, those groups that are involved in the workers' buyout need to also get the funding. How? Through public support. And to finish, well, maybe I should finish on that point, shouldn't I? Thank you. We will have more time to talk about your presentation, yes. I'm trying to be very generous with the time that we have, but this is the last session and we have a lot to get through in the agenda, so if you could keep to your time slot as much as possible. Let's move on to Banca Etica in Italy. Francesca.
Thank you everyone for hosting us this special event and for inviting Banca Etica, which has been nominated and a lot of time and named a lot of time today and yesterday, and I'm very glad about that. And I'll try to tell you what is Banca Etica and why it's so committed and involved in the WBO experiences in Italy. Banca Etica is a bank, and as a bank is a company, an enterprise. But it's a special enterprise because it's a cooperative one. It's a cooperative bank, and this is because it's owned by almost 50,000 people and shareholders who owned the bank since 1999, and still now is the first and still now the only bank in Italy entirely dedicated to ethical finance, which means that Banca Etica is involved in financing only activities with a positive impact on the planet and on the people. And how it works? Well, it's quite simple. Normal banks works this way. They ask to their customers to prove their capacity to give back the money they borrow. Banca Etica as bank do the same, but we try to add something. We ask to our customer to prove that the activity they will provide with the money they borrow will respect our statute parameters, which are quite simple. Because we do not support, we do not finance activities related to weapons, to gambling, to fossil fuel, tobacco industry, and intensive farming. This is why we are it is obvious that we are really and strongly committed to social economy and all economies which have a positive impact on the planet, as I said before. Well, and how is possible that we still have success in some way, and we celebrated 26 years of life? Well, because we are the only bank who published every day the list of the loans, all activities and customers that we support and we finance. And these are some numbers about Banca Etica. We reach more or less 120,000 customers with, as I said, more or less 50,000 shareholders. We are present in Italy and in Spain. The Spanish business represents more or less the 10% of the whole business of Banca Etica. We have one branch in each region in Italy. They are now 22, with 3 agencies in Spain. And Banca Etica is the head of a group composed of 500 employees, and the group is composed of the bank in Italy, the bank in Spain, which is called Fiare Banca Etica, 2 foundations, and 1 asset manager, which is Etica SGR, who manage more or less 8 billion euros. Some data about the business of Banca Etica. We collect 2.5 billion euros, and we invest more or less the 50%, 1.25 billion. And but now, what is our commitment in WBO experiences? Well, yellow. Don't know. I asked for a signal. Oh, okay, very good. Okay, excuse me. Well, in Italy, Banca Etica is still now the main financial institution in Italy supporting this type of initiatives. And at the end of 2023, but I can say that at the end of 2024, we reached the total amount of 40 million euros invest in WBO experiences in the beginning of the Banca Etica life. Okay, there were another one, but that's it. Okay, these are the main areas and sector of impact, which are construction, industrial manufacturing, wine and beer. I would say, I will add, after the story of Birrificio Messina, retail and urban transport and cultural event management. What is the common denominator of our commitment? Well, it's quite simple, because the enterprises are in liquidation with some economic problems, financial problems, so they ask our help, our support, and but they are all characterized by to be part of what we call new economy model. Well, and why Banca Etica support WBO experiences? But this is because of 3 main reasons. The first one is because Banca Etica is, for its statute, committed to supporting struggling economies. The second reason, focusing on that, I can say that after our recent research, we figured out that 1 out of 4 customers of Banca Etica who ask money ask for money to Banca Etica has been refused from another bank in the previous years. The second reason is because WBOs, to exist, to work, they need to be part of a network. And being part of a network for Banca Etica, for a bank, is crucial. Because give us the possibility to improve our faith, our trust in this operation. The third reason is that is focused on the horizontal model, the horizontal economy represented by the WBO model, with no bosses, with no lord, I would say, and who is very linked, very tied to Banca Etica approach. Well, focusing on financial tools, they are basically four, as the friend mentioned before, more or less are the same. The first one is the advantage of unemployment benefits and severance pays. The second one is working capital loans and co-financing with cooperative network, such as Lega Coop, such as Cooperative. And the fourth and last one is the participation in mutual funds, which is the model I really recommend to improve, in order to improve the impact of WBO experiences. Trying to work with other partners, with different kinds of actors. Well, some numbers about the impact of Banca Etica in WBO experiences. These are some data about 2021, 22, and 23. We reach, as I said before, the total amount of 37 million invested in this kind of operation, with almost 1,200 employees involved and beneficiaries of the effort and the activities and loans provided by Banca Etica. I would like to focus and briefly focus on what we have done what we did in May 2022. We provided 25 million dedicated bond only in WBO experiences. 6 years bond, fully subscribed, and it was a great success. And we hope we are working on try to do something similar in the very next years. Some best practices. One I choose one from the northern, one from the central, one from the southern Italy. The first one is called Nuovi Profumi in Parma, born in July 2020, after the liquidation of the previous enterprise, the Morris Profumi, has been taken from 34 members, mostly women, who rebuilt local jobs with the help of Banca Etica, who provide an advanced part of the severance pay as share capital, and together with Lega Coop, and we provide and we reach the cooperative rebirth. And now the Nuovi Profumi is totally committed in a new business and also provide reforestation operation in Latin America. The second one is from Perugia in central Italy in 2014. After 50 years, the activity of this cooperative, of this enterprise, failed, and the workers try to build something new with the support of Banca Etica, and preventing the bankruptcy. Banca Etica financed the cooperatives 10 years ago, and now the cooperatives still works very well, and we are very proud of. And the third one from southern Italy in Campania is the Italcables Società Cooperativa, which was quite big because there were 52 52 workers, and thanks to Marco Rallo and the operation with some cooperatives network, we help them, and with an unsecured loan and invoices advances, we help them with a mortgage, and now we reach the success and the stability of the Italcable Società Cooperativa. Thank you again for inviting us and for this interesting meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francesco, for showing these examples and talking to us a bit about Banca Etica's work and impact. Now we move to Microbank. We've heard about Microbank a few times throughout the course of the last couple of days. Now we're going to have Tony Casanovas with us.
Hello, everybody. Like my colleague from Fiare, I would like to start with 3 questions about Microbank. What, who, and how? Doesn't work? Sorry. Oops. What's Microbank? As this morning said, Cristina, we are the social bank of CaixaBank's group. And our goal is to facilitate the finance to the groups that faces more difficulty to access to the credit. Which are these target groups? Since 2007, we are focused on self-employed, entrepreneurs, and micro-enterprises. This is part of our core business. And just one figure, the 55% of self-employed and entrepreneurs financed by Microbank are women. The second important target group since the beginning are families with low level of incomes. In 2018, we decided to expand our core business to a new targets, and in this case, with the social enterprises. Later, in 2021, we expanded to educational companies, and in 2022, to students. Okay. How we can develop our business, is thanks to our main partners. The first one, CaixaBank. CaixaBank is our shareholder and support to us in all of the areas that any bank has, financially, and for example, we don't have branches. And all our loans are commercialized through the 3,500 branches of CaixaBank. So we are 100% integrated on our shareholder. The second one are the European institutions. They are key partner on our amazing trip because they provide to Microbank essential funding to a stronger funding structure thanks to the CIB and EIB, and obviously the EIF that provides to Microbank guarantee. An important figure in the behalf of the guarantees is the 40% of our current production is under the 5 of 7 products under InvestU. That these guarantees helps to develop all of target groups, microfinance, social enterprises through social, skills and education, sustainability, and the last one is competitiveness. The third element important for Microbank are the non-financial services. Are important the same as a loan, because the non-financial services are totally necessary to consider a microfinance. We provide mainly or directly or indirectly these non-financial services. Indirectly through all collaborating institutions that provide technical assistance to entrepreneurs and training. And since 2024, we are really proud to say that we can provide directly to the final recipient, so the entrepreneurs, non-financial service through the Microbank Academy. There are 40 courses or 40 trainings that they can then go to the web page of Microbank and use it. 30 of them are developed by Microbank and 27 are developed jointly with Google. Sorry, we don't have a specific product for workers buyout, but we have implemented a line of business that is the social enterprises that we think that could fit this kind of initiatives. There are a key point for the social enterprises. It is what we consider as social enterprises. Is the key point for us. It takes you a lot of time, a lot of questions with Christina in order to make a good definition of a social enterprise. We base our definition of 3 pillars that are defined under the InvestEU agreement. That are the social, the governance, and the business. Social. All of these companies should have a social goal. The second one, governance. Any legal form are accepted. These companies should be managed, responsible, and transparent. And third, and as important as the both, is these companies should have continuous economical activity. The product developed to cover their needs have the next features. The first is up to 500,000 euros. This amount is the gap of financing of this target. But when it's necessary, we can arrive up to 2 million, depending on the company and the project that we have to finance. The second one, the purpose could be tangible or intangible assets and working capital. The maximum maturity, we could arrive up to 10 years with 12 months of grace period. And obviously, non-collateral requirements. All of these features couldn't be possible without the support of EIF. 3 figures. Since 2018, we financed 1,588 loans for a total amount of 234 million. And on average, the ticket is something lower than 150,000 euros. Now, this morning, I was reviewing the data of this year of production, and I'm really proud that the ticket amount of the production in 2025 is lower than that. We are near 140 euros now. So this is important. If you check to the graph on the bottom, you could see that from 2022 to 2023, there are a jump in the levels of production. There are an important reason of this jump, and is due to identify, or we found the key to cross the offer and the demand. This new system of commercialization is divided into steps. The first step is to identify the social enterprises. We need 3 elements. The first one is, doesn't exist any definition of social enterprise, and we use a well-defined framework, is the social economy, where it identifies the social employment centers, laboral insertion companies, cooperatives, laboral societies, and associations and foundations. The second one are the three pillars defined under InvestEU agreement. And the third one is technology. We use business intelligence in order to identify all of these companies into the pool of customers in CaixaBank. When we have identified these customers, we active the second step, is we launch a newsletter to all of these companies in order to inform that exists or loan that they can be contract if they are interested. And the second one is we generate a list of these companies for each financial advisor in order to help them to identify this kind of companies. Obviously, this is for me the most important slide that I will show you today. Because at the end, if it doesn't generate a positive social impact, it doesn't have sense for microbank. The data is based on data from 2022 because we are working now on update these figures with data from 2024. The main areas where we generate positive impact are the number of beneficiaries, job creation, and that improve the financial sustainability of these companies. The 99% of the companies, thanks to our loan, has improved their services or could be able to create new services for their beneficiaries. Obviously, the 49% of these companies could increase the number of beneficiaries. The 32% of the social enterprises that receive our loan said that they could create new jobs. And the 74% of the social enterprises have improved their financial sustainability thanks to our loan. And just for finish, I would like to show a short video, just 2 minutes. Could it be possible, please?
La Tabella es una iniciativa que nace en el año 2006 de la mano de la Fundación Vive de Belloc, a la cual se suma la Fundación Sant Tomàs y que busca la inserción sociolaboral de personas con discapacidad y trastorno de salud mental severo. Gracias al reparto a domicilio de productos de alimentación ecológica y de proximidad, podemos ofrecer oportunidades laborales a personas de colectivos de riesgos de exclusión, que ya representan más de la mitad de nuestra plantilla. Con cada pedido de la Tabella se generan 36 minutos de trabajo social para nuestro equipo. Hemos conseguido crear un gran impacto en cifras, pero un impacto aún mayor en la vida de muchas personas. La ayuda de Microbank no solo nos ha permitido embarcarnos en nuevos retos empresariales, sino que también nos da la oportunidad de generar nuevos puestos de trabajo y además en un proyecto sostenible. Desde la Tabella estamos orgullosos de poder dejar una huella de conciencia social en cada persona que forma parte de nuestro proyecto.
Porque si todos unimos nuestras capacidades, haremos un mundo mejor.
Thank you very much, Tony. And last but not least, Rivian.
Merci.
Well, thank you. I prepared this beautiful speech in English, but in the light of everything that has been said and the many nice things that have been said, I'm going to find it extremely difficult to say anything that is different, because the problems are exactly the same, the subjects are the same, but I'm really proud to be here, because we feel truly European, because we have a true community, and I think it was already said this morning, it's a true community that we belong to, and that is a pleasure. So before starting, I will improvise my presentation completely because I'd like to thank Bruno, Andrea, and Milena for this invitation and for the work on the report, the work of Mathieu as well. So I have a slide here. So I was going to be talking a little bit about the movement, but Miriam has already done this, and I'm not going to go back to this. I was actually going to talk about what works on the finance of WBO. Of course, there are financial instruments which are subordinated loans by Socodeng, and then you have Sofiscope, counter guarantees, and then Scope Invest, quasi-equity. If you look at this graph or on this diagram. Look at the figures. Here you can see the 50 million of investments which were achieved because of the EIF and through EIF to Sokoden. This was very useful, especially after the COVID pandemic, where a request for cooperatives was accelerated. So thank you so much for this help, for this support. Okay, I'd also prepared another slide with the different stakeholders which help to fund cooperatives. There are many of them, actually, as you can see, and each of them is important at their own level. But I would like to give you an example of something that we supported, which is SCOP U, carpentry, roofing, and wood joinery in Nantes, in West France. This was an operation, a WBO, which was 2022. It was a business set up by Mr. and Mrs. Yu. After a lot of discussions, hesitations, they decided to sell their business to their workers. 27 workers in 2022. 18 were prepared to become shareholders. Turnover was 4.3 million. Benefit was 174,000. So you had a value of 850,000 euros. Okay, that's not a huge amount of money, but this is what you could fit into a cooperative. In the light of other expenses, there was a financing plan for 1.2 million. You may feel this is not a lot of money, but if you're an employee, you don't have all that money at your availability. Anyway, they called their parents and the banks and looked in their piggy bank, and in the end they collected 100,000 euros. But of course, if you need to fund 1.2 million, well, 100,000 is not enough. I know that Francesca's looking at me here, and the importance is really to get a group of people, stakeholders, to try and get 1.2 million. The first stakeholder to finance this, contributing 175,000 euros, did get support from the IEF, and through the Sokoda, we could also get 100,000 additional euros. But what is also important is to see the region and the role played. The region was being funded by ESF and ESF Plus, so the region contributed 82,000 euros, which kind of corresponded to the capital of the salaried workers. And then France Active. France Active was one of these stakeholders of social economy. Anyway, adding all this up, it was just about half of the 1.2 million. So again, we needed to go to a bank for the other half. So they had 50% of this financial plan, and this guaranteed them a loan from the bank. So you see, the success of a WBO is basically depends very much on the different stakeholders involved. Okay, certain things work, such as in the case of you, but other things could have improved. You see that PBI France, Public Bank, doesn't fund social economy, which is a bit awkward, because if you look at public banks, I mean, the company transfers well, all of this is excluded, so this needs to change. And in EU, we had the region involved. We got a contribution of 20 euros per €1 per working, but this is no longer possible because they've revised their budgetary rules, and now they would not be able to contribute. And then different speakers have said that these entire WBOs have a reputation which are generally very complex and lengthy operations. But of course, things remain to be done there. So I'll go through the conclusions very rapidly. I'd like to highlight, first of all, you need to have a volume of, so you need to set up a kind of fund which would, a dedicated fund to intervene in equity capital. That would help you, and it would help the balance sheet of the companies. Secondly, we need to look at interventions of BPI France and in the way in which they could be expanded, especially in the context of WBOs, so that they would become eligible. And thirdly, we need to try and come back to this system of regional aid, which would make it possible for regional authorities or would allow salaried workers to contribute in a better way. And fourthly, we need to strengthen in order to help our regional businesses and our stakeholders of the social economy, they would require technical assistance, and that this information and technical assistance is given from the company to the employees. So I'm giving you 53 seconds. That's a gift, 53 seconds.
Merci beaucoup, Aurélien. Ça c'est plus
Thank you once again, Aurélien. It was just a time question.
Yeah, we just have about 15 minutes left. As mentioned before, I have a few questions prepared for the panelists, but considering the amount of time we have, I wondered if there are any questions from the audience or someone who wants to kick us off.
Thank you for a nice presentation. My name is Marko Kiran from National Development Bank Slovenia. So I have a question for this ethical bank and microfinance bank. So what is the default rate? I somehow didn't catch that information in your presentation. And yeah, and how successful this kind of financing is from the strictly financial rate of return. Thank you.
So it's for either Banca Etica or Microbank? Right. So who would want to start? Tony's ready.
It works? Yeah. On the behalf of Microbank, about the default rate, we don't have experience on this field, but we have experience on the field of financing social enterprises. It's curious, but it's better than other business lines. And obviously, thanks to the EIF support, could be profitable. Because, for example, in terms of pricing, we have a really positive effect with the warranty in this field. So it depends of the company, it depends of the operation. We will have different pricings.
Thank you. And Francesco.
Thank you for the question. Actually, I didn't give you the data because even if we are the main supporter of WBO experiences in Italy, the data and the numbers are not enough and not sufficient to give you an empirical data about the total amount of default. What I can say is that the total amount of WBO experiences is too different among them, because we have quite big operations and small micro operations. That's why the data would not be clear in an empirical sense. What I can say, as my colleague mentioned before, is that we can relate this data in social economy operation. And what I can say is that social economy default rates is for sure lower, or at least in line with SMEs or ordinary economy. That's why we are really committed and strongly committed to social economy, because we trust, in social economy we trust can be our slogan. But in terms of business is a sure market for us.
I have a question from Christina over there.
Just wanted to comment on the rate of default for social enterprises, social economy, or expanding a bit to microfinance. Jaime from DG Employment was saying this morning, if I recall correctly from the memory, that under easy social entrepreneurship, the observed default rate was 1 point something, and in the microfinance under easy, it was 5–6%, something like that, if my memory is correct. Now, the problem with microfinance and social entrepreneurship finance is that the perceived risk of these enterprises, of these entities, is much higher than the actual risk. And this is because both micro-enterprises and social enterprises are proven to be very resilient in the face of economic crises, problems, and so on and so forth. Micro, because they are necessity-driven entrepreneurs, and they take care of their own business because they need to provide for themselves and for their families, while social, by definition, social enterprise is more resilient, is more careful about what they are doing in the environment they are doing for the communities they are serving. And that's why the actual risk is much, much lower than everybody expects. But the financial institutions are looking at it as the most risky business on earth. And that's why the public intervention, the guarantee instruments are instrumental for financing these type of enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Any comments or any responses to Christina's comments? All right, then in that case, then maybe I would want to, there's a question over there.
Just to take the words of Christina, because this kind of reasoning, unfortunately, that do not enter into the risk analysis, the classical risk analysis. This is the reason for the risky perceived by the classical financial institution. I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Just a comment on microbank or manager of admission has an important role in to promote this kind of loans to social enterprises, especially to the centers of admission of the operations, showing how important it is to finance this kind of companies. And these centers that analyze these operations know that, or at least in our situation, behind there are a warranty from EIF, significant, important, and it makes change the decision. And on the other hand, for example, in microfinance field, we have a specialized center that analyze
these operations in order to consider something further than the typical criteria that are taken into account to decide if grant or not grant a loan. It's a specialized center of admission. Yeah.
I would want to wrap up this conversation by asking a question because, and to pick on something that Raimon said before, which is that for every success story that we see in workers' buyout processes, there are also some failures, no? The fracassos that we discussed before. I'd be very keen to hear some reflections on some lessons learned or some measures to potentially overcome such difficulties. So I don't know if maybe Raimon or someone else would want to weigh in on this.
¿Funciona? Sí. Gracias.
Yes. Yes, thanks. No, in our case, well, failed cases, we don't even get to the funding stairs usually. Detection is absolutely key. When you detect a business case that is already deteriorated, well, you're never going to be able to get beyond that. So the sooner you can detect that, the better. And to do that, we need people that are very close to the ground. It's all about proximity. The cooperative movement can do that. Public facilities that are out there as well in local areas, they could help there. And then there are good experiences too. I could tell you about those. In Catalonia, there was a public policy to promote cooperatives through cooperative athenaeums, which there are 14 of them actually that are distributed all over the territory, and so they're hubs really for the cooperatives. So that means they can be very close to the projects. And that is something that I think is so important. That's one point. Secondly, out of all of the elements and factors in the process, well, I would say they're all important. I think Pedro was talking about bankruptcy legislation, but at the end of the day, it's the judges and the administrators that are involved in that. And because we can't get involved there at all in those processes. If we could intervene, if we could act, if we could make sure the mercantile court judges could do something, and that would be really important, and as well as the administrators in bankruptcy proceedings, and most importantly, workers overall. If workers aren't convinced about this and they don't have a support network to help them, it's going to be very hard for them to move forward with this. I think those are the lessons, and I hope that they will helpful. And I didn't get to mention them at the end before.
Someone else wants to respond to this question? Aurélien?
La détection, c'est...
Yes, detection, you're right, is so important. And the failures, if you can avoid them, of course, that is so much better. But I find that there is the workers' buyout process, but after the takeover, after the buyout, you have to follow up. That's so important because when it's bought out, that's not the end of the affair. You've got employees who are not owners. They don't start off as owners, and you have to gradually ease them into that position of power to teach them how to govern and run the company together. So there is a support process for the workers' buyout, but it does not stop at the moment of the buyout. It carries on after that. Yes, Christina, yes, was mentioning some very relevant figures there about cooperatives. I mean, our survival rates for cooperatives are excellent in cases of transfer. What do you say? I think, what was it, 98%, was it, that is still running 4 years later? And why is that? It's due to the support of SCOP and others who stand by the employers as they go through this process.
Yes, I totally agree with both of you, because I think that I'm saying something against my interest. I think that, for example, only banks are not enough to support this kind of operation, because they really need other kind of support, capacity building support, trainer and educational program to support them to survive. Because what we can do is like a fuel tank to start. After that, they have to keep going, and bank is not needed in that sense.
Thank you. And Tony, is there anything that you'd like to add? All right, then, I think, because time is ticking, so I think we can leave the discussion here. Thank you very much to Raymond, Francesco, Tony, and Aurélien for their presentations and their insights. All right, so it's time to come to a close for today's and yesterday's event, and so for a little closing and some wrap-up of these discussions, I'm delighted to have back on stage Deputy Head for Advisory Financial Instruments at the European Investment Bank, Bruno Robino. Bruno, take it away.
Thank you. I'll do it from here, just to have it more informed. So, wow, what a long 3-day, full of information, full of technicalities, full of also emotions, I would say. First of all, so I jotted down a few comments, a few sensations that I had during this 3 days. So the first day we had this interesting study visits, but first on behalf of the European Investment Bank and DG Employment, I would like to thank you for participating so actively. In jargon, you're considered the survivors. After 2 days of event, a really applause for the survivors. Thank you very much. So this demonstrates the importance of financial instruments for social economy. Let's start from the title. So at the end, we go back to the title, social economy, in particular for microfinance, targeting vulnerable groups and social enterprises, and also building employee ownership through workers' buyout model. Yesterday we had an helicopter view on the, actually no, now we say a drone view on the Spanish initiative for microfinance and in support of vulnerable people. I think building on the Spanish experience, I believe that a number of representatives of the member states now are fully equipped or well placed to set up a similar initiative, building on the model of Spanish model, and to become themselves a model for the others. So very, I would say, inspirational model, and hopefully might take more or might scale up more in Europe. You saw the common goal. It doesn't happen often of the European Commission and European Investment Bank Group, but yesterday they were and today, in continuing supporting through financial instruments, through finance, not only microfinance, but also workers' buyout. So very important joint common interest, which shows a common intent. We've been through the financial instruments, and in particular ESF+. We had example at national level, at regional level. We spoke about the challenges, but also about the opportunities. I was super happy when a managing authority said, I rather prefer financial instruments than grants because, and then this is really the achievement of a lot of efforts advocating the financial instruments. We hope that the stories, the experience that you heard in these 2 days from the managing authorities will be an incentive, will be as an inspiration for managing authorities which are willing, which are trying to conceive financial instruments using, in this case, ESF plus resources for microfinance and workers' buyout operations. I loved also in the breakout session, it started to get very technical. So how do you do? How much is the interest rate? How many basis points? Less, more? That's fantastic. So that's very good. And I can see the exchange of the practice among or across the member states. You saw steady and in the forefront the support that EIF offers under InvestEU, so not only for microfinance, but also for workers' buyout operation, and of course, in general, operation in the social economy sector. You also seen, so you are not left alone as a managing authority. There is support for you. There is capacity building. Raise your hand, get in touch with your geographical desk, and you might get attention. There is also technical assistance for the financial intermediary, for microfinance in particular, but also social enterprise finance provider under InvestEU. On the workers' buyout, by the way, there are still copies, so don't bring them home. So there are still copies of the study. It took quite a while for the study with focus on a number of member states, so feel free to take a copy. We've seen some practical example of the work carried out by financial or by social finance providers in this case. We heard today Microbank, Coop 57, Banca Etica, CFI, and also Socoden. In their efforts in focusing on inclusive finance, sustainable development, and employee ownership. We heard, and also thanks to the cooperative movement representative, we heard what is the status, what are the recent trends, policy trends, what are the best practice in different countries, and also what are the way forward. And one thing which came out is, let's go together. We have same problems. Let's unify. A lot of the problems, or a lot of the items and the matters that we face are the same. And it was a really interesting discussion. And finally, I guess we have a consensus. We can build a consensus about the inspiring video stories of workers-owned companies from Italy and Spain, and their journey to become workers' cooperatives. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now leading towards the end, and let me, first of all, thank all the speakers of yesterday, today, and all the participants for following all the presentations, so a big round of applause. Thank you. Special thanks to DG Employment, which is supporting us. Thank you very much. I would like to extend big thanks to the interpreters. Raise your hands. Thank you. Thank you very much. As well as the technicians. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also, special thanks to the FICOMPAS team. I'm not even the tip of the iceberg. I'm not even an iceberg. But there is a lot of people behind these 3 days. So thank you very much to all the team. And last but not least, I would like to thank a big round of applause to Anna Gumbau for such an excellent moderation. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. Just a couple of points to remind. Yes, all present. I saw a lot of corporate gym taking picture like this. All the presentation will be published on FICOMPA's website. Give us some time, but you will get a message by email that the publication or that the presentation have been uploaded. Second, you are all invited. Save the date for the FICampus in 25th to 27th November, FICampus edition 2025. It's the 10-year of celebration of FICOMPAS. I love the FICampus will get mixed. So please, it will be in Brussels, and block your agendas on this. And finally, you notice there is a form on your desk. So please fill the form and also use the QR code which is placed on the back of your badge. Have a look. Maybe you haven't noticed. Okay, very good. And please help us to improve and to have better quality events like this. Finally, having said this, I would like to wish you a good continuation of the day, safe trip back for the one who are traveling, and thank you and see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruno. Thanks so much for the kind words to start with, and thanks also for what I think it's been a great cooperation. There's an amazing team indeed behind the scenes that made everything happen, from the staff here, from the FICOMPAS, to the interpreters, the technical team. It all run smoothly and seamlessly, and that's because there's a great amount of teamwork behind. So thank you to everyone who made it possible. Just perhaps the final housekeeping rules from my side. I'll be a broken record. Please don't forget to leave the interpretation headsets where you found them on your seats. And thank you so much for being, I think, also such a wonderful audience. Even for me as an outsider, I felt really welcome here around you. It's been great to get to know all of you a little bit in this past few days. I hope we can cross paths again soon, maybe in Brussels end of November. And thank you so much. Safe trips back to everyone. Hope maybe you get to enjoy also some time in Madrid, and till we meet again. Thank you. Gracias.